Hello, hello. What's up, chat? So, sorry for the tardiveness. We've been like crunching numbers till the very last second because I got home pretty late. So, yeah. This stream's gonna be a work in progress because we basically spent so much hours on just the very first paragraph of the document, but we have so much to get through today. So don't worry, we got plenty of content. If ever, because I didn't have the time to fact check everything that's going to be in the stream today. So, you know, take everything with a grain of salt. If ever there is a mistake done, me and my team, we're continuing to check stuff until like the rest of the week. So I'll do another stream to correct those mistakes if ever we find one. Okay? Yeah, and we got to 40k, guys. And guess what? At 50k merch, I said a few months ago... Sorry. At 50k, I said that a few months ago that we'll launch a merch line with Otakubon, which is a great merch store that is run by my friend Kenny Sue. And it's catered to VTubers. There's a lot of VTubers right now that are having some sales trouble with their merch lines. They're getting scammed. There's poor customer service, etc., etc. But if ever you have like a friend that's in need of a easy peasy merch line, refer them to Otakubon and if you want to purchase from there, make sure you use my affiliate link. Yes, I'd rather you guys call me boss than horse girl. Horse girl Donkey? That is wrong. That sounds so wrong. Like, are we turning into Vash's chat here? So first we're gonna start with like some more mellow news, and then we'll get into the main topic once more people arrive, just to give people a chance to, you know, get into the chat and settle in. Yeah, have you guys seen this VTuber from Mythos who posted like her bra? I think as a milestone or something to prove that she wasn't flat, and everybody tagged me in this and like asked me, when are you posting your saddle? I was like, bruh. Horse paws. Yeah, it might have been Hades, yeah. Sayu's found son, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, and Deaf God, welcome to the Cute Squad. Thank you so much. Scarly did that for a bit too, really? I didn't know Scarly also did that. That's funny. Alright, so if you guys were on Twitter today, we talked about VRevy yesterday. VRevy is a VTuber talent agency that's basically on the verge of collapsing right now. They've had Black Company allegations also thrown at them. And before yesterday, 3 of their talents graduated. A month prior to that, another talent left, and then like 3 weeks before that, they lost 2 other talents. So they lost 6 of their 8 total talents, with only 2 remaining in the agency as of now. We don't know what's gonna happen with those 2 talents. Are they staying? Are they leaving? We don't know. But what we do know is that they have a Gen 3 coming in, so I'm wondering what's going to happen with that. And today, after some social media backlash, VRevy has issued an apology, which was a public apology of our commitment to the improvement of VRevy. Firstly, we'd like to express our gratitude for your ongoing support of VRevy. VRevy was founded in 2021 by several passionate individuals. While we have faced many challenges and learning curves over the course of 3 years in the VTuber industry, we also had the privilege of working with many immensely skilled talents. Their hard work and continued efforts have allowed VRevy to remain a producer of quality entertainment, and we have always been extremely appreciative and grateful for their contribution. It suffices to say that every graduation is an extremely serious and sorrowful affair. I'm gonna continue. We understand that our talent's eventual choice in leaving the agency is never an easy one, and we deeply regret falling short of the expectation they had for the agency, as our talents, whether of the past, present, or future, have always been of paramount importance to us. We will always keep these strong individuals close to our heart and sincerely wish them well in the future endeavors. We recognize that this is a clear signal that there is a pressing need for action and improvement on our part, and we will not shy away from our responsibilities in this regard. It is therefore our intention to further improve the management of VRevy moving forward. So I think they're really continuing with their plans of debuting in the Gen 3, etc. Where was I? As this matter is so vitally important, this will not be an instantaneous process, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we forge a better path forward. We hope for your continued support for VRevy and our talent, past, present, and future. So, what do you guys think? I mean, they addressed it, at least. They didn't shy away from the criticism. It's better than Nijisanji's PR response, that's for sure, but I've seen a lot of criticism towards them still. Oh, why is there some messages retracted? Scarly did that also? Okay, you're a little bit behind on the stream. This is very different than Nijisanji's apology, yep. Yeah, exactly. I think they just need to prove it with actions. I haven't seen if the talents have responded to this on their PLs. But yeah, I'm curious to see what's the reaction to that. From what they were hinting on, it looked more like one of them was kind of saying that the managers were gaslighting them and ghosting them. So there's a lot to change. At this point, anything is better than what Niji puts out. That is true. Niji, who, by the way, has today issued some strikes against voices that were critical of them. And a few years ago, was it 1 year ago or 2 years ago? Kyo and False ID both got copyright struck by Nijisanji. And the reason for it was that they used their livers in their thumbnail, which I think is why False doesn't really use their livers in his thumbnail at all. He just uses like himself. Smart. And Kyo lost his channel for like 3 weeks. He couldn't upload anything. It's actually a really scary thing to do when you're a YouTuber, which is like the importance of diversifying your platform and your income revenue. So like, if Nijisanji is getting trigger happy, I'm a little worried. So I guess, yeah, I also have a Patreon, by the way, guys. Go check it out. Nijisanji cited copyright against its own talent. They obviously don't understand how to use copyright properly. At least they did this and allowed a bunch of talents to leave compared to the after graduation schedule limit Niji has. Oh, alleged graduation schedule. Yeah, it's alleged. I don't know if they do have a limit. Hello, Wendy. He has a system of never more than 3 Nijis at a time in rotations in thumbnail. Of his whole thumbnail database that's on his channel, that's crazy. It is an abuse of DMCA system because where we are, this is definitely fair use. I can see Nova being poached by Face Connect since she has been collabing with them a lot. Yeah, me too. A lot of people were saying that yesterday. Does the Patreon include spicy horse girl drawings? My friend is asking. Next month's Patreon, so March, should have like a spicy wallpaper like download available of my current model. Not as a horse though, like as a probably a bunny girl because it's for Easter. Good statement. Situation seems complicated, but the talent seems like they have real grievance, but doing better is probably the best thing they can say if they follow through with something else. Yes, absolutely. That's well said. Fishman is mining Manharas. Yes. So in another news, there's my friend Talito tweeting, so is there any specific reason why VTubers are getting absolutely hoed by merch companies recently? Because yesterday we also covered Bao being $15,000 down in merch like revenue. So the company is, what I understand is that the company is having like some issues. They basically ran out of money, they went bankrupt, and now there's two VTubers, Yuzu and Bao, that are owed money from Copium merch, and Bao is owed up to $15,000 from this company. And the really awful thing is that the owner of Copium merch was Bao's manager. Now Bao is not gonna be working with a manager anymore. She like lost trust in people. And then there's also Shoto. This person, Biyun, said, breaking my silence, I also have not received my Shoto 2.0 merch, to the point that they don't even reply to my emails, and I am also tired of waiting. I just let it go and label it as a donation and charity on my end. I'm done, I'm tired, I want my merch. Yeah, well, that works if the VTubers actually get paid. I don't know if Shoto's not with Copium merch, by the way, but he's just having issues. The merch company told me everyone received their 2.0 merchandise or got a refund. Now I'm learning they lied and outright ignored my community. I'm gonna have a serious talk with them once I'm back home because this is fucking ridiculous. All right, I'm saying it right now. If I ever do a merch line and you guys don't receive your merch, just at me like right away on Twitter or something, because I would want to know. I would want to know like right away. What he has done to Bao is a crime. I mean, hurting Bao, like the sweetest person ever, is a crime, yes. When you're as big and well known as Bao, having a manager is practically a must. Maybe, but maybe you could just have like an assistant, right? An administrative assistant. What does a manager like actually do? Unless your manager is like going out and networking for you, I don't know if you actually need a manager. Like everything that a manager can do, I can probably do by myself and maybe better. Like I know how to negotiate. I know how to like negotiate deals, and if you don't know like the exact numbers and stuff, you just ask around for like a ballpark, like what's the standard industry rates and so on. If you just need somebody to like help you commission artists for your thumbnails, help you set up a schedule, or like communicating with people while you're streaming and stuff, just get an assistant. It's so much easier, and you like they don't take a percentage of your money, you just give them a salary. This is the reason why a lot of YouTubers are now shipping the items themselves rather than having a company do it for all. That sounds crazy though. Like having to, you get all the things at your house, you're packaging them and labeling them one by one. Oh no. I don't know if these VTubers have the time to do that. Like they're all huge. I heard about the Zentraya's plight with this 3D gear company, and she got burned. That's kind of crazy. Can we call your manager Joki-san? Sure. I bought a Daki for his so long ago, and when it didn't show up, the customer support gave me no replies. Oh, that sucks. I didn't watch much after. That's the worst part, is when you have a bad experience with a merge company and then it sours your experience with the Vtuber. Miori is doing shipping by herself? Wow. Doki is doing it herself? That must consume a really long time of her day. I'm wondering if she's actually doing it herself from her home, or if she has somebody helping her and she sends them the merch. But yeah, it really feels like just the sweetest people get taken advantage of. And again, like the beginning of my stream is just a follow-up to yesterday's stream. So yesterday, if you guys were there, I went on Legal Mindset stream and we talked a little bit about Sayu Zion's case, and we found out a huge discovery. Okay, so Sayu is Californian, and Zion, when she, sorry, I'm gonna settle on one name and just call them that. Like, okay, Zion, when she got terminated by Nijisanji, we figure out that Nijisanji basically is not applying California labor law. Like, they have this sort of, because California, it's Hollywood, okay? It's Hollywood, baby. And they have all of this huge entertainment industry. They got actors, singers, all kinds of talents, voice actor, you name it. So they have this this committee that has a lot of regulations for anything that can be considered a talent. And that description is pretty wide. VTubers, what we found out, would definitely fit into that talent description. And basically, there was a case in the past where a guy from like FaZe Esport sued his company, and he won because they found out that his company wasn't following the Californian labor laws. So his whole contract got voided, including his NDA. And people were going today to Sayu's stream and telling her about these findings. They're like, oh my god, you could have won the lawsuit. You should have sued Nijisanji. And Sayu answered to that. California is really anal about these regulations, by the way. I've said it before, I worked in showbiz. There was a thing I worked on, like a project that almost never took off because we didn't get the proper paperwork to go through with it until the day before. Everybody had flown in from all over the world to do this. Like, if this didn't happen, if we didn't get that piece of paper, they would have lost like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's actually really anal, but I guess in this particular situation, it's pretty good to have like workers' right. Nijisanji would need to have like an office in California, like a place where they have their license and you can go in there and state your grievance or talk to somebody, etc. So let's watch what she had to say about this. Okay, loading. Okay. What's going on? Oh my god, I'm getting the restarting message. This is
Okay, Chihara, I already know that though. Okay.
Just watch it here.
So real quick. So someone in my chat is mentioning that, like, yeah, a lawyer went through, you know, the whole thing that happened, you know, with the other agency, and went through all the stuff and said like, oh, what you can legally do in the state of California. I know. I went to a lawyer. Okay? Why do you think the document came out the way it did? I paid a lawyer to help me write it. Okay? Why do you think I'm a little smarter than that? But point being, I knew I could sue them. I knew I could win. But the difference is, you have to think about who you're fighting.
Maybe we should sleep.
Do you know what happens when you fight a company or a corporation that has money?
I don't like the night.
It's not that I can't enforce it. No, that is not it, guys. I can sue them in court. I can win. However, the reason I cannot win is because they will keep paying money to drag it out. You guys.
We did say that. I think that was our. We didn't say it yesterday, but I felt like this is true.
But people, what happens is when you fight someone with more money, they will drag it out on purpose to make it so that you can't keep affording to hire the lawyer that is defending you to keep defending you. So the reason you will lose is because they keep going and they keep paying money to keep hiring their lawyer.
The thing that legal mindset added, though, and that's important to note here, I think, is that apparently, okay, I'm the lawyer, you can have, if there's a lawsuit, you can have Nijisanji just be like, take it up with the labor part of the, and then suddenly the lawsuit, instead of being Sayu versus Nijisanji, it becomes Nijisanji versus the state of California, and then they have more resources to fight it equally. But I want to finish this clip.
Until you run out of money and you can't hire yours. That is what happens. So while I knew I could win, but that is why I did not, and that is why I will not, and I cannot. Is that legal? No. Not even in California. So problem is, money-wise, it's not gonna save
Yeah,
me,
the labor commissioner, that's what it
save me.
is.
So that is why. It does not matter what that other lawyer or whatever says. I know, because when I went through this shit, yes.
But it's like, would it be worth the years of your life, the time, the mental stuff you would spend on it? That's the thing. Oh, I'm hiding Sayu.
I already hired the lawyer. I already went through all this crap before. Like, I researched my choices. I researched what I had. I was not stupid, and I took time. Part of the reason why I took time to do all this and why it took like 2 months or whatever months is because I went through a lawyer. And I already went through all of my choices and stuff I could do. So yes, I could sue, I could win. I would win, is what I was told by my lawyer. And they would represent me in court, is what my lawyer said. But would I win? No. Because they would draw it out. So that is, now you guys all know, and now you guys all know why. But I wasn't saying this before, because before it was so much more like, you know, if I said all this stuff, people would give me shit for it. But then also people would be like, nah, she's lying, or nah, this, nah, that, nah, this, nah, that. Now I can finally go out and say it. Yay. But that is the reality of it. Like, companies would drag it out so that you can't afford to continue defending yourself. And that is the only reason you would lose. It has nothing to do with what's right or wrong, unfortunately. If you guys can see my hands up in the air right now, my hands are up in the air. My hands are up in the air.
We need hand tracking for VTubers.
Yeah. It is very, very sad. The fact that NDAs with talents living in the US might not be valid. Yeah, of course, exactly. That is also what my lawyer said. Yeah, people, they cannot enforce. So one other thing that I know is that they cannot enforce a lot of the laws, quote unquote, that they put in the Japanese NDA under their company if you live out of state.
Yeah. We also talked about that. So basically, she could just break NDA and be like, come and get me. Like, they can't. What are they gonna do? If they want to sue her for breaking NDA, they would have to come to where she is and then fight the lawsuit battle on Californian territories.
Well, out of Japan. Yeah. They also said that your NDA is null and void in California. Yes, it is possible that it is null and void in California because it doesn't follow California laws either. So it doesn't follow California laws, and they can't enforce the Japanese laws on you because I am not of the state of, or state, country of Japan. So one, they cannot enforce it anyways. But two, I mean, California also doesn't enforce that because, you know, it doesn't fight either way. So yes, I do know all these things.
Honestly, Sayu suffered a lot, so I don't know. I kind of just want what's best for her moving on. And yeah, like you guys were saying in chat, I don't know if it would be worth like the harassment from all the Niji sis and all the doxers. She got doxed in the past, she got harassed in the past, and I don't know if she wants to go there again. Clip BitLocker, thank you for the super. I am always here for you, Sayu, me and the others. Aw, so sweet.
It's just a lot of other people don't because they didn't have to go into this whole legal conundrum. So like, again, I respect all the things that people are learning now. And like, okay, I'm gonna say it like this, but this is probably gonna sound mean, but I respect what Doki and like a lot of you guys as the fans are going through now, but I've already been there like a year ago, okay? It's nice and all. It's nice that you guys are all coming
She's
up
over
to speed
it
now, but I
yeah,
have
let her
already
rest.
tried. Okay? I have already gone through all this, and people are just now learning. So I'm sorry, but you guys are late. And I've already been through all of it. Doki is now learning, probably. She is now, like, probably going through this. I don't know how old she is. I don't know how far, you know, how much she's dealing with. That's on her side. But I've already gone through all.
Jen wriggles. So many talents moving to Japan. How would the NDAs be counted? Would the things that wouldn't fly in the States suddenly become ironclad? If you go to another country, you gotta abide by their laws if you're a resident there. But if you're just going there on vacation, then they can't just put you in jail, for example, for something that, like, you're still, let's say I'm a Canadian citizen, I go on vacation for 2 weeks in Japan, they can't arrest me there or sue me. Like, they have to, I still only abide by the Canadian rules. I mean, I have to follow the Japan rules, obviously, but you know, I'm a Canadian citizen. But if I go live there, then it's different. Then I wouldn't need to follow the NDA.
All of this.
I don't know if this was clear.
So it's like, you know, it's like nice that we're vindicated and then everything's coming through. But this has already been a year ago. So it's nice, but it's bittersweet, right?
Aww.
Because right now I'm just having fun and doing all this stuff. And I'm like, cool. But like,
she's moved
all
on.
the stuff that like Doki and you guys are going through on like her community side and stuff like that as well. I feel for you guys. I get it. And that's why I'm kind of just leaving it alone. Because at that point, all you can do is help yourself. And all you guys can do is be there for her and be there for me. Because I had no one then. Okay? I had to be there for myself. Like, people are going on about like, oh yeah, you know, like, people will try to take their lives over. Yes, I did too. But that was not the point I wanted it to make, right? People are making a big deal of like, oh yeah, you know, any such and so or whoever tried to take their life for this stuff. Yes, because this is what happens. But I'm past that. Like, I already went there, and I did too. But nobody cared. It didn't matter. So why will it matter now? Maybe. But like, it still stands the fact that it didn't matter back then. A lot of people didn't care, and a lot of people even bullied me for it, which is even worse. Like, people don't understand how bad it was, and I don't think people ever will. So it's kind of a thing where like, yeah, it's nice that it's coming out, but people...
Yeah, actually, yeah. Johnny Somali was arrested on a visitor's visa, but I think you're being prosecuted back in your own country. Like, you can get arrested, but you... Like, the states would be like, hey, this is our guy, you gotta send him back here. Yeah. So I guess the proper term would be that you can get arrested in another country, but you cannot get... Crap, what's the term for lawsuited? You can't get sued there.
People are a year late. And so that's why I'm like, I will never...
You think Johnny Somali got off easy?
Point where
Yeah, I mean, he pissed off a lot of people. prosecute, that's the word. They can't just prosecute you, but they can't keep you in jail for months before your country can actually reach you. Even sometimes when you're a minor, don't know, even for something kind of minor, don't know about NDA though. I don't know how it is for NDA.
See as much support as like was worth all of the suffering that I had.
Oh, prosecutors for criminal charge? What's for the non-criminal charge?
Like,
what is it called?
Will I see
again?
The kind of support or success that will like make me feel like I'm, you know, I can.
It depends on where the crime was committed. If you break a Japanese law on Japanese soil, they can and will arrest you. I assume is what you're trying to say. And try you in that country? Was he tried in that country? You mean... Hold up. Is litigated the term for a civil lawsuit? No, it's just that you're a party to a lawsuit. Can be if you flee to Japan for a crime you committed in another country, they will extradite you to the country you committed the crime in if you have an extradition agreement. I just think the American swimmer who got thrown into jail in Russia. Yeah, we all have like this one example in our head.
Can be happy again? I don't know. So we'll find out.
I imagine he can be tried but not imprisoned without extradition.
I don't know. But yeah, this is not something.
Hopefully
again,
your country finds you.
You guys,
Prage.
Not necessarily that I want to say to like the world, right? But I want you guys to understand the people who are here now and the people that care. Because I don't really care to have like, you know, people who are just here for the drama or just here for whatever. That doesn't matter, right? We're here for what we have now. Yeah.
I didn't say that NDA was a criminal issue, did I? I didn't say that.
Okay. If you want to talk about vengeance now, there is no way. I don't care about that company going down. Like, it's cool and all, but if you want my personal opinion, like, there are people in the indie scene who are simply using all this drama to their benefit.
Yeah.
And to their like now they're choosing to speak up or now they're choosing to support this cause, and that's more what makes me mad. Okay?
Well, that's like that for any drama, right? Like I'm making a video right now and I'm talking about the Hogwarts Legacy stuff. And I'm also talking about another movement, and both of them end up with people using this to show their support, but really just to promote their platform. And I think I prefer when people do it like how can I say this? I struggled finding the right words today for stuff. I think I prefer when people do it in an honest manner, like yeah, I'm doing this to promote my platform or whatever, than the people who disguise their platform promotion in some form of like moral grandstanding way. Like, come to my stream, this is a safe space. Come, my stream doesn't do that, blah blah blah. Yeah, no one wants to be the first one to stand up. They only do it when it's convenient and publicly accepted to do so. Yeah, people are scared of backlash a lot. And I kind of get that, because I was also silent for a long time, and like I saw a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with and I didn't speak up to because I was afraid to lose my platform, which was much smaller at the time too, so I don't know what I was afraid of. Like, I had much less to lose, but I was much more afraid. But also because I went through that, and then I told myself after that, like, never again, now I get to be to the place where I am, and I do want to speak up about things that I disagree with, even though I'm not necessarily always part of the majority. Which was the reason why I went with the Niji video, except by the time it came out, it became popular opinion. It became popular opinion like a few days after.
Company stuff? Because that's all on the company side. It made me mad to see.
So I get that people
were, like, against
don't.
me and who were like,
because I've been there too,
who didn't support me or anything like that, who were my friends, now try to support everything and now look like they're, you know, like they're being like, it's because it's good to be.
I mean, it must feel bittersweet for her to have the people that turned their back on her, because people turn their back on you when you get quote unquote canceled so fucking fast. It's crazy. And then she's seeing them suddenly be supportive of Doki Bird, but they weren't for her, or maybe now they're trying to backtrack. It would hurt. I think that would hurt me.
Against it now, right? That's the problem. They weren't there. They weren't before. I remember exactly who they all were, and I'm not gonna go out and name them, but I am always gonna look at them and go, I will not interact with you. I will not have anything to do with you. So that is why I also hope that you guys can understand where I don't collab with certain people. I don't want to interact with certain people. I don't care about networking in a way where it's just for gain. I care about playing with friends and getting to make actual friends and getting to know people.
Once you've been backstabbed once, you don't care about collabing for like clout anymore or whatever, or for networking, quote unquote. You don't care about that anymore. You're just like, I'm just gonna do my own thing. Somebody I vibe with, I vibe. That's it. That's also how I'm seeing my journey.
If it helps, if we can help each other mutually, then awesome. That is what I'm for. But I don't care about like getting to know people that are like, that's just for the sake of networking. So that's why I don't want you guys to get your hopes up when you guys ask me to collab with certain people. I know a lot of people were trying to do that. They were like, oh, I can't wait to see you and such and so play together, or things like that.
I think this is what hurts her the most. She seems to keep going back on it. Yeah, when something, well, not even on that scale, guys, but I was still so hurt. So I can only begin to imagine what she went through. It also took me like 2 years to get over it. When you think somebody's your friend and they backstab you, that really hurts you to the core. And that's not, because think about it, people don't do that IRL. Okay, this is something that's very rarely happens IRL, and if it does, that only happened maybe in like elementary school or high school. It doesn't happen IRL between adults, unless maybe in a corporation setting, but I never worked in the office, so I wouldn't know. I know people are catty there.
Because I may see them in a completely different light than you do, because I know who they are and what they're like. So, yeah, I am.
Yeah, people were afraid of burning bridges with Niji. That's so true. People were afraid of burning relationships with Niji because Nijisanji is powerful and influential, and I totally get that. At the end of the day, like, I guess you gotta do what's best for you. But now that it's not valuable to be, how can I say, connected to Niji, you know, they've become the unpopular opinion. Now people are, you know, suddenly brave enough to speak up.
Ooh, you guys will not see. Because I do not want to show you guys those people. Okay? So I just want to make that very clear. Please do not ask me to collab with certain people. Or anybody. Unless I have already interacted with them and I call them my friend.
Is the same feeling as normies suddenly liking something they bullied you for before?
Yeah, kind of. It's like saying like, oh, this anime's trash, and then they say that.
Oh, you guys have friends that backstab you IRL? I feel like after a while you kind of just have the same friends for the past like decade or something, and you know, my friends and I just don't fight. You know, we just never fight, so I don't really make new IRL friends. So there's that.
They love it, you know, kind of thing. Like when they, or like this whole thing is trash, and then they say like, oh, I love it now. It's kind of like that. But like, yeah, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Can we wish for more collabs with Sheena? Yes, 100%. 100%. Like, there are a lot of really good people out there, but there are a lot of people who I also will not look back on. You know? Yeah. I took a lot of stuff that Corp put at face value. It's okay. I mean, a lot of people are like afraid to believe. I had
the same age as their friends for the past 25 years. See, I'm not the only one. Can't be the only one.
To see something that's so big be so corrupt or so against what you wished it was, right? That is true. But like, and it's crazy to think that like somebody who was there for like a couple months was actually smart enough to get the fuck out and be like, no, I'm so done with this. I'm just gonna put it all up there for everyone to see, right? Like, why would somebody who was there for like a couple months care enough to put their neck out there, right? And be like the whistleblower or whatever. That makes sense, honestly. But like for me, that's just, I guess that's just the only thing that would seem natural for me. It's just like, yeah, well, obviously I gotta tell people because nobody deserves that shit. And that's all I cared about is like the people there, like the people that were there or the people that were there, like other talents or whatever, probably don't want to be my friend. And I get that. Like, I'm not, like, I'm not the safest person for them to be around, right? But I don't really care about that anymore because if that's the reason they don't want...
Is there any other job in the world where they get to decide who you hang out with? I feel like working in a VTuber corporation, I don't know why everybody makes it sound like you're working for the CIA. You can't say who you are, what you do for a living. You can't speak to anybody, not even your pet, not even your, I don't know. You can't say about it. They get to decide who you were, who you talk to. I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm gonna collab and talk to whoever I want. And if somebody has a problem with it or blocks me from, I don't know, from talking to somebody, that is the pettiest shit I've ever heard in my life. That's so controlling. If somebody is not gonna talk to me because I talked to somebody they don't like, that is the most high school drama thing I've ever heard. And I'm definitely not want to have this person in my life.
I'd be my friend, then that's right. But like at the same time, it's very like, I mean, it's sad. It makes me sad. But at the same time, like I wasn't friends with a lot of them. Just because we were under the same place does not mean we were friends. And that said, it's like I had a very different mindset from them going in and also, right? Like I went in thinking like this is going to be better than like my indie life. It was not. So I was very quick to like be like, nah, nope the hell out of there. Because for a lot of people, other people, they didn't want that, right? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't want to be indie again either.
Yeah, corpos can ban collabs and you know, I don't care.
Myself. But
you know the house that we've been living in?
What would I rather have?
I found this.
That's cool. We're still bugged here. Alright, this is for later. Now we're going to get to the Nijisanji financials. I think it's complicated because you're literally a brand that a company owns, so they get to choose what they associate their brand with. Yes, that does make sense. We're bound to get a Philly Sayu collab in the future, I hope so. Yinka Zombie, money is great, but I got standards. Exactly. Thank you for the super. How steep was the drop? Let me check. This is not about the stock price. Nijisanji is going up actually today. Yep. That was a really big spike. But they're still down for monthly by a lot. Sorry, I'm looking on my phone because this is where my app is. Now let's look at cover. Cover is well, in the last 2 hours they've been doing all right. Guess it's up for the day. It is down for the month, down horrendous too. Anyway, Sayus found sun, thank you for the super. All right, so this person is a history and legal studies major that's currently a teacher. He put this document together. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, we didn't have the time to fact check everything because I kind of came home pretty late. So we can get through all of this right now. We're gonna read it, and I'm gonna keep on checking stuff after the stream. And if there's any correction to be made, I'll okay. Okay, let's get into it. In December 2023/January 2024, Niji bought back a 2.5 billion yen worth of stock to artificially inflate their stock price. Stock buyback. This comes out to around 18 million USD, about the cost of Hololive's 3D studio. So Nijisanji has actually announced this buyback back in December. They did 3 notices in total. 1 in December 2023, 2 in January. So this wasn't a reaction to the Celen's graduation. It wasn't like a reaction to correct their plummeting stock price, but it was actually something that was planned since December, which is like the first thing I noticed when I looked at the statements. My initial idea, I thought they did this to correct the stock price that had like just plummeted, right? But they did that, they had planned this for a while, and then there can be a few reasons for that. Maybe the overall stock value was going down and they wanted to buy back some of it that they lost. Maybe, you know, Riku needed more assets, who knows? But maybe they also wanted more money to invest back into the company. Knowing Nijisanji, we don't know if that could be true, but it could be an option. And if it's the cost of Hololive's 3D studio, we also heard that Nijisanji might be building their own 3D studio, so it could make sense there. Well, we don't know if that money was done for the studio. We don't know. Could have been to counteract the Pomu's graduation. Maybe if they knew that the Pomu graduation would happen since December. You don't? Well, I don't really have a theory there. I'm just like throwing stuff, you know, I'm just throwing possibilities. I don't know if they're credible or not. Any color stock would go up because Niji JP has a collab with Google Pixel from March 1st. News about the collab makes stockholders buying more. Anyway, everybody's got different opinions, but I guess we're not gonna know. We're not gonna have a definite answer to that. Some other stuff in document is really mega sus or outright wrong. There was some stuff that we checked, yes, but I haven't checked everything. The document is like still a work in progress, I think. So yes, take it with a grain of salt. In false Discord, there's a Niji stock thread, really? Okay, I'm trying to catch up on chat, but you guys are just talking to each other, so that's fine. So let's keep going. Okay, we did the buyback part. The progress of treasury stock repurchase. Total number of shares repurchased in accordance with the resolution of the boards of director meeting held on December 18, 2023. Total numbers of share repurchased is 7. Wait, what? This was added, I think. Is 775,200 shares. Total amount of repurchase cost. Okay. Why do stock buybacks have such have to do with the company? The answer may surprise you. Hololive is Niji's main competitor, and top of investing is in the company by building the biggest 3D mocap studio in Japan, which finished last year. They outspent Niji 10-1 in terms of funding per talent. 10-1 is pretty crazy if that is accurate. Management salary and projects 172k USD to 14k USD. Keep in mind that Niji has almost twice the number of talents. See the problem already. Wait, I need to go back to the other side. There we go. They need to add photos? Yeah, I agree. I need more of the calculations, I think. Hololive's end-of-year report stated approximately 6 billion yen for operational cost. On the flip side, Anycolor spent 2.2 billion yen for operational cost in the same fiscal year. They're selling general administrative expenses. Oh, by the way, after this, I want us to go through, like, it's a presentation by... I have this open twice. Where is it? It's a presentation by the CEO of Anycolor. And I find this really interesting. I actually find it more interesting in the document. So let's just get through that quickly and we'll hop to the other thing. They make the talents foot the bill out of their own pockets to make ends meet for a budget that ostensibly approaches Hololive's. Maybe. Allegedly. Don't sue me, Niji. According to Hololive's own graphs/data, page 8 of the financial report of the 2023 fiscal year. Hololive spending, is that it? I had it open and now I don't know where it went. Oh, he put the thing there as we're talking. Oh my god. It is a scuffed. According to Hololive's own graph. Oh no, we did that. We did that part. Oh my god, this is moving as we speak. Can I view this in offline mode? Subtracting all of Niji's selling and general expenses from that 2.2 billion yen total comes out to 300 million yen for administrative expense. for a grand total of 2.5 million USD spent on management and staff. 2.5 million divided between 180 talents for management is a pitiful 14,000 USD per year per talent. Is that real? Yeah, we're getting the info live, baby. Yeah, I'll try to highlight where I'm at, so that way if he is adding stuff, I won't lose where I am. Because I'm trying to read the stuff in my head before I'm actually reading it out loud. So that's why sometimes I'm a little silent. That's below poverty levels. I feel like that's gotta be... That's crazy. I'll have to check on that number. There is links of this document being shared in my Discord and stuff. Like I said, take those numbers with a grain of salt because we need to double check everything. And it's like we started doing it before the stream, but then we realized that we really weren't gonna have the time, because even like the any color financials sheet, this one, and the Yahoo financials sheet, even some of the stuff they label them differently, so we had to reorganize everything and make sense of it all, so it's gonna take some time. Yet Cover still spends 15 million on their 87 talent, meaning 172 and what, and 72,000, 100,000 per talent. Oh my god, brain like. Assuming that 14k per year per talent for Niji is true, and assuming that the talent managers get paid about average salary in Japan, which is 41k USD, we're looking at a talent to manager ratio of 4:1. So one manager for 4 talents? That's better than I thought it'd be. I see, Dane. Okay. 4 talents per one manager is wacky. Yeah, but I thought they had like less than that, honestly. Because they did say that they only had 1 talent for the whole XLA branch. That's what Sayu said. That's the highest estimate. The most probable ratio is 10:1. Okay. That's just on average. I'm worried about the ends of the spectrum there. You guys are making me laugh. And that is if the managers are even making average of all said spending is on managers and nothing else. Considering that many job posting in Nijisanji is offering minimum wage, it may be closer to 20,000 USD, which is a step above minimum wage. At that point, this 20,000 USD is a step above minimum wage? I feel like that is so low. Weird dude says make a copy of the doc so you can read it slower. Okay. Make a copy. The doc is called Nijisanji's in trouble. Oh, it's taking forever. I'll let it load in the meantime. At that point, this turns into a better 2:1 ratio. However, that would also beg the question, why are they paying bare minimum to manage entertainers, considering they're an entertainment company? Oh, it didn't work. Mr. Frey, as someone who has been a district manager for a franchise, this is actually amazing how bad the number of figures comes out for management. I thought I had it bad for pay. I wonder what's the average like manager salary that's industry standard, I guess. That must be like entry-level managers with no experience if they're paid 20k, right? Oh, but that's considering that many jobs posting in Nijisanji is offering minimum wage. I only saw one job posting offering minimum wage. Did you guys see more of them? I would look into that. I'd look if there's actually like other full-time manager jobs offering a different wage. And keep in mind, this is if all the administrative expenses are spent on just management. Administrative expenses also has lawyer fees, insurance, equipment, rent, and supplies, utilities. Covers data specifically mentions that their spending is on personnel expenses for the number mentioned above, 15 million. Let's see what chat is saying. Oh, you've posted it to every social platform? Okay, if you guys want to find it, it should be on every social platform. Some states will follow the federal minimum wage, but in my state, minimum wage is higher than what they are paid. Oh, so your state isn't following minimum wage. When I was lead at Walmart, oh, I lost it. Message redacted, sorry. With Japanese school high senpai culture, I don't know how they expect high school managers to have an authority with streamers who are all adults. The posting was only for students. Okay. Oh yeah, Rima, can we look at it then? What? The posting? I tried finding it and I couldn't find it again. I don't remember where it is. What is going on with my internet right now? Oh, I thought it was there? Where is it? Do you guys remember where we find the job postings? Was there more than just one, or was that the only one? Maybe we're wasting our time. Oh, because you've never seen him? I mean, there was one that I put in my video. The careers page, I mean, I checked Recruit, it wasn't there. I feel like I needed to have this, you know, prepared before the stream. But we took like the whole prep time to cross-reference the numbers for the first paragraph only. Recruit, I checked that and it wasn't there. Yes, it was that interview that I put in my first video only. So you guys can look at it on your side. If you find it, you can let me know in the chat and then we'll check, because I don't want to spend the whole stream like looking for it. Also, their website is like, it takes a lot of time to load the PDF files. It's kind of annoying. Where was I? Shit. No, we read that. Okay, in that case, so if we take out all the stuff he listed there, if we take out about half of the administrative expense and claim that the remaining is for management, that leaves us with a whopping 7,000 USD per year per talent. So about 7-to-1 ratio between talent and management if managers are paid average salaries. On top of this, only about 2/3 of their staff at any color falls under talent management. So the difference may be even bigger than stated. It is possible, if not likely, the ratio is worse than assumed, upwards to 10 or 15 to 1. God damn. The worst position is filled. Yay, we got somebody. They found a student. What if some managers being high schoolers is the reason some livers have had so much power? Oh, you guys are into rats, I see. Alright, Dane, thanks for your help. Oh, this doesn't sort it. Damn it. A 20-time difference between Hololive and Nijisanji when it comes to spending on management. Any color's balance sheet does not separate the expense between JP and EN. It may be possible, especially looking at Niji's recent job posting in Canada. Oh, that's the minimum wage one. The actual expenses for management in Niji EN is worse than its GP counterpart. Dane is correct. Rima, I counted 111 staff on linked. Okay. One manager to 4 talent is pretty pushing it. Yeah. But maybe they have assistant managers to like watch the streams and stuff. Hey guys. I mean, I wonder how many VTuber corporations have the budget to hire like experienced talent managers. I wonder. As a result of the above, the operating results for the current fiscal year for Nijisanji were net sales of 25,000 yen. Oh, that's 25 billion yen. Operating profit of 9 billion yen. Ordinary profit of 9 billion yen from the... and net profit of 6 billion yen. Net sales are up 80%, yet operating profits are up 125%. There's a severe imbalance of actually reinvesting into the company and spending money for their own talents. Just by the numbers alone, profits grew 14 billion yen to 25 billion yen, but operating costs only went up from 10 billion yen to 16 billion yen. This is despite a sharp increase of GP and EN livers in the same period. Selene asked for assistance from Niji EN and said they sacked her manager twice. Oh, really? She talked about it on stream? Where are their financial statement available to view? On the Anycolor website, or you can check Yahoo Financials. And their employees list is also listed on the website. Operating cost is plus 60% profit, up almost 100%. I see that 40% differential went to buying another yacht. I'm actually curious, they know their turnover rate for staff. I know it's different work culture for them. Apparently people in Japan stay like their whole life in the same company. I don't know if it's better if I show you guys, if I should have showed you guys like the Nijisanji presentation and then the Hololive presentation before we went into this. On top of this, Nijisanji only spent 500K on new equipment, machinery, building, and vehicles in 2023. For a tech company, that is surprisingly low. In comparison, Hololive spent 13 million in the same area for 2023. That is a huge diff. But is it because of the 3D studio? Maybe. Hololive is underperforming to financial standards. Yeah, they are. They're getting like a much less profits. That's any color. Oh, that's the copy. It worked. I have too many tabs open. Compared to, I mean, 500K to 13 million, if this is accurate, this is a huge difference. But I feel like a lot of the content Hololive is putting out is 3D content, and that's probably a lot more costly to operate. It's like Kyoto Animation also is the anime company with the lowest revenue because they pay for their animators double what the rest pay. Hololive reinvests almost everything, whether project, staff, or more gens. Yeah, 20 tabs, let's go. I'm like confused. Compared to Cover, which increased its revenue from 13.7 billion yen to 20.5 billion yen, on the flip side, their operating cost went from 11.8 billion yen to 17 billion yen. So it's like scaling in regard of their revenue. Basically keeping a consistent percentage of operating costs even with the revenue increase. This is not to say Hololive is free from their own. I don't see how that's. How is that relevant to their profit? Yeah, I don't care about the controversy. I only care about. I want the numbers. Hello, totally a fox lady and definitely not a horse lady whose accent I really like for some reason. Here's some funds. Thank you for a super. Right, but not a 26:1 ratio, Rima. Olo reinvest in their company and talents. It's clear. Any color does bare minimum to keep the company operating. Yeah, absolutely. Where's the 26:1 thing you guys are saying? I don't see a 26:1. Didn't we just talk about the 4:1? Maybe? That was generous. 26:1 is crazy. Iridescence, don't worry, why pay for talent managers to work when you can have moderators to do the work for free? True! Spending issues, except when it comes to manipulating the company values. Niji is sitting on a big old pile of cash, supposedly. Early 2023 had them approximately $82 million? 82 million. Hololive has similar numbers. Anycolor does have an edge in income and net profit, especially since they cut costs as much as they can. Okay, we went through that. So why can't they hire management or the such? That is a good question. Oh, that's our Yahoo stuff. Should I accept cookies? Working capital, liquid assets that can be quickly converted to liquid assets was at 12.5 billion yen, which was about 82 million. there has to be a reason why they're looking for part-time bilingual translators for the EN branch while offering only 8. Oh, never mind. I thought this was the link to the official website and we could have looked at all the job postings, but it's a link to a Reddit thread. You should ask Andrew's friend, Mexican Ironman, to help with financials. Oh, does Andrew have a contact? I would actually talk to him. Where can I access this document? Probably if you join my Discord, discord.gg/Rima. They posted it there a bunch of time. Well, every company is gonna be working on long-term project. I am sure that even Nijisanji has like a 5-year long-term project, a 10-year long-term project. Like apparently Hololive is looking to get into this whole metaverse shit. Like companies always have like a backlog of projects they're looking to get into long term. I mean, for those who haven't seen it yet, this was the job posting. Part-time outsourcing, translation, and you needed to know like 4 language. Kind of person we're looking for: excellent communication skills, excellent task management skill for translating work, accurate and polite language use in both Japanese and English, and a commitment to quality such as double checking. Hourly wage is 1,113 yen. Let's reverse. I'm gonna convert it right now. Oh, I had it autocomplete. I guess I already did this math. Yeah, it comes to 7.43 USD an hour. People who can come at least 3 days a week on weekdays are preferred. Negotiable, no work on weekends or holidays. Other conditions: student who belongs to a university, graduate school, vocational school, or technical college and are scheduled to graduate in March 2025 or later. Working adults and high school students and younger are not eligible. So they're only looking for students? That is so weird. Part-time 11 hours. But they're saying 20 hours or more. I think part-time is 20 hours a week. I feel like I used to have a part-time job and I had like about 20 hours a week. Yeah, I know $7 USD is barely above the minimum wage in America, but in Japan it might be different. I checked if this was legal and it was. What is the minimum wage in Japan? I'm gonna look it up. Oh, it's that. It's exactly that. That's the minimum wage in Japan. Okay, so they're not paying a lick higher than the minimum wage. Legit. They're getting paid in exposure. So to buy back, it's certain that they spent a good portion of their liquid assets on the buyback to appease the shareholders. They still have a good amount of money, over 60 million if numbers are to be believed. But it's clear that for the past several days, they don't like spending money unless... several years, sorry. They don't like spending money unless it's inflating the company's value. Buybacks are usually what large established companies carry out since they have enough money to carry out such an action. Buyback pump the price of the stock, but it's usually not long term. Basically, buying more equals higher demand equals higher price. Japan didn't inflate as much as in America. 1,100 yen is like a daytime convenience store wage. Oh, okay. I thought Japan rents and inflation were also high, but maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, if it's a student job, I mean, I guess it's minimum wage, but... Cover is a growing company. Niji's been stagnant. That is true, A2B. Thank you for the super. Well, we haven't finished writing the buyback bit. A company that is hedging its bet on rapid future growth usually invests the funds they have to expend more, or at least the traditional theory goes, like Hololive. This recent controversies and termination has crashed their stock price into the gutter pre-buyback. Any color's stock was hovering around 3,150 GPY. After the buyback was completed in early January, it shot up to 3,800 GPY. Now, it has crashed and is barely staying above the 3,000 yen line. A psychological line that will lead to mass sell-off if they cross the threshold at 3,040 yen. Why 3,000 yen? Because that was the lowest point for a year pre-buyback, and if it goes under 3,000, it means bigger shareholders that were keeping the stock price alive have given up. There is some evidence to support that this may happen when the Japanese stock market reopens next Monday. Oh, this Monday? As the stock crashed from 3180 at open to 3040 by close on Thursday alone. Currently, the stock is struggling to stay afloat and has flatlined as of 225. We'll have to see how the stock manages over the course of this week. Well, it's open right now. Let me check. It's at 3160. Oh, wait. Which day are we? Oh, yeah, we're Wednesday. Why do I feel like we're Friday? It says 3160 on my app. Yeah, it's going up, actually. How does that compare to what the rest of the GP stock market is doing? I only have entertainment stuff on my list. Like, Hololive is up today. Alright, well, TV Tokyo Holding Corp is not doing well today. General Butterscotch with the 5. You'll make more than what you're making now, Riku-san. I could rake in more than that by mowing my neighbor's front lawns. I don't know if they said that to the student or hiring on minimum wage, but maybe. If the student was making 0. Okay, we read that part. This is the lowest price in half a year in June 2023, even lower than before the buyback. This is devastating financially. Sayu's Fan-san with the 5. These students will quit the first day they get there. Also is very cute. I just looked up McDonald's starting wage in Japan. It's 1,200 GPY. More than that manager job? No way. You could go work at McDonald's for more than going to work at Nijisanji. I was expecting that the stock price would drop eventually, but not until March when Nijisanji would release its earning reports. This controversy has killed their buyback stock price inflation way earlier than expected and in much more disastrous fashion as well. The company just blew 18 million into nothingness with Jack to show for it. And the stock is even lower than before. Well, it'd be even lower if they didn't spend that technically, right? Clip BitLocker. Okay, at a minimum wage, we have 4 mans and 3 operations. The stock is even lower than before. Even worse, they can no longer buy back stocks as they'll be unlisted if they do. So they can't pump their stock price anymore, and now they're stuck with whatever controversy hits their stock price. Total ownership between executive investment firm and a corporation is now at 73%. Nikkei exchange requires at least 25% to be on the market. Nijisanji is over leveraged. And since the price is now lower than the pre-buyback, it means they lost money from that 18 million buyback. As the stock price they bought at is higher than the current price. The average price of the buyback was 3,200, so they pissed a full million into the wind. And it splashed back on them. Funnily enough, the Japanese stock exchange just hit their highest value the same day. Meanwhile, any color stock reached its slowest in half a year. So while their main competitor is showing tangible results with a brand new studio, an upcoming VR platform, and more events, Niji spent all that money that Holo spent on buybacks that failed. Okay, I kind of like this this theory. The Nikkei stock exchange is down overall by 0.65%. Any color is down 18% from February 5th to today. And am I pronouncing it right? I'm not pronouncing it. Nikkei Japanese stock market went up 7% in the same time. That's 25% delta. We need an investment expert to review this. I don't think it's this simple. That's why I said take it with a grain of salt. There's just so much more that we need to know to confirm this, but he does have a point that it just looks like Hololive reinvested in stuff that they have tangibly, and Nijisanji invested money into buying back some of their stock, and then it plummeted even more. A buyback can be a profitable way to deal with a temporary dip in price, but if the dip is long-term, it will be a huge loss. Respect means much. Big companies can burn millions of worth with one bad PR notice. Yeah, I think more than respect is more about perspective and the faith that you have in a company. Oh, I'm supposed to pronounce it Nikkei? Nikkei? So the stock market is a lot about, like, you know, if you lose faith in a company, you sell, and if people feel like the price is gonna go up, then they're gonna buy, and that incites people to buy more. And the other way around goes too. So if people lose faith in the company, in Hololive, sorry, and Nijisanji needs to do like a statement to their shareholders to tell them that the graduation are negligible and all that, to calm them down, then that's a little worrisome. Using company money to buy up outstanding stock just makes whatever you personally hold worth more overall. I think that's what the author said also, that like it just makes their assets more valuable. Like Riku has a large share of the company, makes his assets more valuable too, but how important is it for him to have more valuable stocks? I feel like you should invest more into your company doing better. Oh, we haven't finished this. Even worse, remember that Niji also carried out a stock split last year, 15-1. So while Niji has pulled off every trick in the book to artificially inflate their stock price, except a dividend, the end result is a stock that has barely risen since last year. Basically, Cover's stock price has actually increased more steadily than any colors, even though Cover hasn't done much to inflate its value. But could it be because Cover's like more new? That like, I wonder if any color has just reached a point where it stagnates. More valuable stocks means you can use them as collateral for loans. It helps him keep his billions. Oh, so I was right. You could get loans off of this. Somebody said I couldn't. This is not to mention that Niji's IR statement last year mentioned how Niji EN would be the pillar of their business. Currently, Japan's economy is in a recession, or set to be, and the yen is extremely weak. Whoa, it's still higher than the Canadian dollar. Chill, chill. Not only that, but the JP market for VTubers is oversaturated. Nijisanji needs to show solid future growth potential to appease its investors, but with this recent controversy, ... Mr. Frey, thank you for the 5. There could be a chance for a short squeeze like GameStop, but I doubt that. People like to mess with stock. Yeah, the GameStop thing is crazy. I've seen some of those graphs. Oh, Canadian dollar is stronger than yen right now? Really? I'm not an expert, but it seems like they have hit market saturation and are trying to grow beyond that, which is a bad idea. No, this industry is very volatile, so having a stagnant stock is a death sentence, as no company have been around long enough. Oh, you mean both of these companies haven't been around long enough? Comparing Canadian monopoly money to the yen? I'm sorry. In the fiscal, this is from Niji's own yearly fiscal reports in 2023. Andres Villagra, more important than the base price is the PE ratio, which basically shows how much each dollar of revenue is valued on the stock. Currently, any color is sitting way lower than Cover. Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you. In the fiscal year through April 2024, we aim to actively pursue debuts of both Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN VTubers on an ongoing basis and strengthen existing units. In terms of business segment, we expect commerce and promotion will remain a growth driver. We will put efforts into expanding fan segment overseas, though through such measure as exhibits of both Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. at overseas events and business with overseas company. Okay, this... Okay, I think after that is just their yabs. And we already know about these because I did multiple videos on those. Proper nutrition versus empty calories. That's a good way to put it. What is this? I haven't read that far in. The number, mass, and what do they mean? Ian viewer / super chats. In a lot of like statements that Nijisanji has done, they always kind of point out that a lot of EN audience is migrating to watching some of the Japanese livers, so that's why their numbers are lower on the EN side. I really feel like Nijisanji's business plan was Hololive but bigger, and that was always going to be very hard to make sustainable, even in the hands of good management. Oh, the segment title is a Call of Duty reference. I've only played that game like when it was on PS5 or something. What is this? Let's see. That's their... Is that supposed to showcase like her viewer numbers? It's much lower. Okay, he's comparing both her birthday. That doesn't show you super chats, right? Is anyone actually qualified for a pretty much brand new industry? That's also what I'm wondering. Like, I guess the closer you can have to having like a competent manager is that he has experience managing talents, not virtually. Like an actress, an actor, a singer, things like that. Anna's a great singer. Okay, let's just read and then we'll figure out why he's showing these screenshots. This is all public info that can be seen on YouTube Analysis website. 44% of viewers in the nation last year were from the US, while only 14% were from HK China and Japan. This year is the reverse, 24% from US, 55% from Japan and China. Oh, that's Anna's birthday, 2023. And this is Anna, 2024. You can see how much... This info is available online? I didn't know you could see how much... Well, I guess you can on like those Playboard website and stuff. Well, according to Nijisanji's like reports, they're saying that the UN viewership is watching less EN VTubers because they're watching more Japan VTubers now. Why are Nijisanji livers, many of them talented in their own right, unable to hit 4-digit CCVs except the select few? So who's hitting the 4-digit CCVs? It's Rosemi? Oh, this is Rosemi again. This is Hex. This is Vesalius. Vermilion. I have trouble reading this. Aya, Amare, Victoria Brightshield, and Kunai. Okay. So I guess Rosemi is doing better. And then Hex is doing alright. And even worse, abysmal donation from the public to the point where 2 members of their newest gen earned a grand combined total of 8,000 USD in 4 months, in comparison to lowest super chatted member of HoloN. Most recent gen advent is Bibu with 100k in 7 months. Well, okay. Well, this is for 7 months, this is for 4 months, but even if we like add to that, it's gonna be what, like 20k something. So yeah, it doesn't compare at all. But at the same time, it's like, well, Nijisanji, I feel like they're burning out their audience with how many VTubers they're pumping out. So they're giving them more option. They probably have the same audience number in total, but it's just split among more VTubers. To be fair, Kunai was really sick for a whole month, and TTT didn't get any ads. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's good to add. I'm also surprised Bibu is the lowest super. Yeah, they're cannibalizing their own audience, and they're, how do you call it, like audience burnout? It's kind of like if I kept redoing the same content over and over again, like people would just stop watching towards the end, like my numbers would get lower. Okay, I don't want to read the rats probably, unless you guys want me to read them. I feel like we know about them. Okay, we've seen this. I'm gonna close some tabs. Alright, we went through this. Bibu might be the lowest of Advent, but look at the rest of Advent. She's not underperforming at all. Same content, but with a different face. Like, how much variation can you possibly have within livers that are like all just playing video games? Like, even if they all have different personalities, it's still gonna take so much for somebody to, you know, get to know them that well. Has Rima went through Holostats? Well, I have their financial results for 2023. What do you guys want to take a look at first? This? The Cover Corp financial results? Or the Any Color financial results? Or what I wanted to show you guys was... Wait, what is this one? Okay, I already have this one open. I'm gonna close some tabs. I think I don't have this one. This one I'll close. This was the stock buyback announcement that I did that Any Color did in January 9th. But it was planned since December. This is the one I wanted to show you guys. It's a Q&A with Riku Tazumi, and it's talking about the future of the company. Niji's threat has always been oversaturate the market and only maintain those who stick out on the top. It worked in Japan, so they tried to replicate. Who's the most popular of Advent? Is it Fuamoko? That's a good question. It might very well be Fuamoko. We could do the Q&A. I think it's there was some interesting stuff. I only read a little bit through it, so I'm down to actually go through this. Oops. Okay. Mr. Riku, thank you everyone for joining us. Today my name is Tagaku, CEO. Okay, this is translated from Japanese, so there might be some scuffed stuff, by the way. Oops. We would now like to report on our financial result for the second quarter of the fiscal year ending in April 2024. First, I would like to explain the financial result from Director and CFO Tsuri. Popular doesn't always equal highest earners, though. Fuamoko's about double the stream for the rest because they do 2 a day. How does Fuamoko like keep... They're also never late for their streams is what I heard. How do they keep this up? How do they plan stuff in between? Because they always have like something cool planned too. You have a better translation in false Discord? Can you send it, Clip? How long is Fuamoko's morning stream? Yeah, 2 brains combined probably helps. Yeah, and they were previous idols, and they were also VTubers too, so they've been doing this for a long time. Okay, let's keep going. There's a lot of pages. The results are shown on the side, and both sale and operating income are progressing at a pace that exceeds the initial plan. The reason why the progress rate for operating income is slightly higher is because the profit margin is slightly higher than expected. So they're like, okay, we spent more because we made more. Oh no, all of our graphs are also not going to be translated though. Crap. Their morning show is postponed now? Okay. I like the morning shows. Overall, taking into account the seasonality of summer and the annual balance of measures, the result in the second quarter are in line with our expectation, with stable results centered on commerce. Even looking at the first half total, we are making better progress, and we believe that the situation continues to be good. I wonder if they're gonna say that in the next quarter. I wonder if companies ever says that it's going badly. Oh, they're moving to Japan? Oh, that's nice. That means they're probably gonna do like a lot more concerts and stuff. Or 3D stuff. We will look at them individually. First is Nijisanji, which is being developed in Japan. The situation continues to be very good. Sales for the second quarter were up 16% compared to the same period last year. This is due to the fact that our major event, Nijisanji Festival, was held in October last year, but this year it's scheduled to be held in December. As you can see, Nijisanji is doing well, but there are some issues with new debuts. I will explain this point later. Nijisanji EN continues to be in a somewhat difficult situation from the first quarter. As with last time, I believe that the clear decline in demand in Japan is a major negative factor compared to the same period last year. On the other hand, we view the fact that demand in North America centered on the United States and Canada is increasing compared to same period last year as a positive. Direct variable cost improved by, wait, is that a minus? 3.6 percentage point compared to the same period last year. Why is there improve and then there's a minus, or is it average? They legally can't lie to investors. They can go to jail for lying to investors. I've seen people walk around issues, but when asked, they admit issues. Yeah, I feel like they're always trying to word it in a good way. There were some negative factors in the second quarter, such as the sale of some products with a high cost ratio and the recording of advanced costs for the Nijisanji festival scheduled to be held in December, but overall the situation was good. I love that, like, they're like, no, the products, there were too high cost ratio. We need to lower the quality even more, guys. We need more shitty engagement rings. Oh, it's an average, like it's a wiggle thing, right? That would make more sense, like approximately. They can't lie, but they can downplay. Okay, this is what I thought. Technically, they already lied to their investors. I see what you did there. We are aware that we are able to control the cost rate. The other biggest increase factor is mostly personnel costs. So that's probably why they're trying to poach more students now. They can't afford working adults. Nick, thank you for the super. Lick trying to explain USSR finance funny, but mostly sad. Sales trends quarterly. This is the sales trend for Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. Okay, yeah, I can pull up this graph. I think I vaguely remember where it was. There we go. Because I actually used this for my video. So, while we had expected the second quarter result to be subdued considering the balance of initial initiatives and seasonality, the results were in line with our plan. They always say that though. They always say that the results were in line with their plan. So this is Nijisanji GP. Promotion, what we assume was fit in promotion was like sponsorship deals. So the green is how much sponsorship deals Japan would have. And this is like yen. You can see significantly smaller events profits. Events, there's really not a lot of yellow. Like there's none in the yen side, but there's a few here. And then commerce, I assume, is the merch. As you can see, the merch is really like the biggest part of the graph. Even in EN. And even though every other stat, like green, yellow, red, is lower on the EN side than the JP side, the merch still makes up a huge chunk of the Nijisanji EN branch. Okay, so basically the merch is their biggest profit, in simpler word. I should have just said that. Oh, you can't see the EN graph because I'm there. Shit. There. Okay. I'm in the middle now. I'm just gonna move too much. So it's still like proportionally lower than the JP, but it still makes up a huge chunk of the total revenue. And live streaming, well, JP's basically doing double, but they also have more livers, so I think that makes sense. Last Order Films, thank you for the 10 gifted members in the chat. Thank you so much. That 98% adds up. The best graph's the one with Rima on it. True, true. GP has raised from Q2 while EN has fallen. Oh yeah. So I guess this is, well, they've also fallen here. Yeah. They seem to have fallen a little on both sides, actually. Well, the quality of EN also decreased, so that makes sense. Yeah, but they're also saying that they're losing money. Alright, back to the main dock. I'm gonna move back here. Okay, so this is what he's gonna explain the graph for us, so let's see if our hypotheses were right. This is the sale trend of Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. Super chat revenue has been on the decline for several years in live streaming, which is revenue generated from distribution mainly on YouTube. On the other hand, membership revenue and advertising revenue continues to increase for both Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. We understand that the reason behind the decline in super chat revenue is a shift in consumption trends from fans, from consuming videos to consuming commerce. Oh, so we're spending less in donations, more in merch? Hi, Nona. Commerce is an area that is affected by the balance of measures and seasonality that I mentioned earlier. Most of our commerce products are sold in connection with individual VTubers or unit anniversary products, seasonal product and developments such as Halloween, VTuber birthdays, events held by the company, etc. In terms of the balance of these annual measures, I feel that our business performance was good in the second quarter, even though there were few major initiatives. The overall situation is the same for Nijisanji EN, but as I mentioned earlier, the purchasing power of Japanese people is on the decline, which is a little different from the previous period. For example, we are seeing strong growth in the first and third quarters of 2023, driven by Japanese fans. I think the current situation at Nijisanji EN is that these aspects are declining a little. Voice packs. Yeah, we forgot about voice packs. Yeah, merch and membership perks are more valued by viewers, thus less super chat, more membership merch sales. That's fine, right? People want tangible things for their money. That chart was made in 2023, autumn 2023 to October, December wasn't over yet. Oh, so this, okay, so these, you're saying these are projected? When was this made? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's a good distinction to make. Yes, thank you. All right, so these were projected, I guess. Back to the Riku explanations. I think the current situation at Nijisanji EN is that these aspects are declining a little. By continuing to expand our overseas fan base, we recognize the need to earn the same level of earning power as before based on our overseas fan base. Any Color is the world's latest producer of copium. That is true. Thank you, Nick, for the super. Regarding events, as I mentioned earlier, there are some differences when comparing the same period last year and this year. Nijisanji Festival is co-hosted with Sony Music Solutions, Sony Music being one of their primary investors as of now. And the sales of the entire event will be recorded according to the co-sponsorship ratio. The fiscal year ending in April 2023 was held in October, and we recorded a total of just under 1.2 billion yen based on the proportion of co-sponsors. Of this amount, approximately 800 million yen will be recorded as ticket revenue in the event area, and the remaining 300 million to 400 million yen will be recorded as revenue in the commerce area. In the fiscal year ending April 2024, the event is scheduled to be held in December, which will be delayed to the third quarter. Considering this impact, we believe we are in a position to continue to see growth. Promotions refer to the corporate projects. In the second quarter, we have been receiving an increasing number of large projects from clients in non-gaming areas, such as collaboration with Google Play and a Hamo for mobile phone. It is one of the topics of this quarter. So yeah, so this is... because I was so confused at first when I saw the promotion, and I was like, what do you mean? What does this stand for? Because it's a revenue. So if it means that, like, for me in my head, promotion should equal spending. So I didn't understand why it was stated as a revenue. But for any color, promotion means like the collabs, the sponsors, etc. And I figured that out from reading this, basically. I'm just gonna drink a little. You must remember Japan's financiers start in April. Oh. So we won't see the implosion of any of the financial statement analysis until April due to their fiscal year end. Well, that's going to be really soon, actually. That's in 2 months. I'm really curious to see that then. Oh, it's going to... until April, and Q2 will come out in July. Then we can, when that happens, we could pull up both and see if their predictions were like accurate or not. This is a trend in operating profit margins. Although the direct variable ratio has decreased compared to the same period last year, it has increased by about 3 percentage points since the first quarter. One of the reasons is the impact of merchandise sale. Volume discounts tend to be effective when more of the same product sells, but there were fewer strong sales strategies than in the first quarter, so there is a difference in the impact. Oh, so... okay, they're saying that, I guess when they buy in bulk, then the cost of each item is less, but they sold more like... a little bit of everything, so is that, am I understanding this right? In the second quarter, the CD released by the Vtuber unit, I don't know how to pronounce this, ROF MAO, sold very well and was able to take first place on the Oricon chart. But it is not a highly profitable product. Due to the sale of some products with a high cost rate, the direct variable ratio has increased slightly. I wonder how they're preparing for the backlash of that Ripper. Me too. Not all business have to start in April, but it tends to trend that way for their country. Many international companies are usually between the actual New Year to April. Okay, that's interesting. They're selling less because fans are buying less. They didn't sell enough of any item to get any good deals on merchant production. Yeah, apparently. Other costs and expenses ratio appears to have increased by 16.3% in relative term as personnel expenses increased in absolute terms, and sales were not that large for the quarter. Changes in the numbers of VTubers and any color ID. Oh, this section interests me. The status of the number of VTubers and any color ID. Please see the change in the number of VTubers on the left side of the slide. So this slide? Oh, this slide. Okay. In the second quarter, there was no increase or decrease in Nijisanji, and Nijisanji EN had 3 new debuts and 1 graduate. Oh, so they didn't get any new debuts in like global Nijisanji. But Nijisanji EN had those 3, like the... what are they called? They had this whole like Dungeon and Dragon team, I feel. And they had 1 graduate. So far. As this was written. Regarding new debuts, as reported at the first quarter financial results briefing, the timing of debuts has been pushed back a little due to the impact of the review of the structure of Virtual Talent Academy. Wasn't that completely shut down? Graduation is generally as expected, and we believe that the impact on business results will be minor. That sounds familiar. Regarding the number of any color ID on the right side, we can see a continued influx of new fans. Is this a chart for VTubers, or is it the chart for like how many viewers they have, like how much VTuber fans they are? I'm confused. I want to see the translated graph real quick. Okay. During Q2, there were no new debuts for Nijisanji due to a review of the Virtual Academy structure, and 3 new debuts and 1 graduation from Nijisanji EN. Yes, we went through that. So this is EN, numbers of VTubers over here, and Nijisanji JP is in red. Oh, okay. So any color ID, I was wondering what that was. And it's accounts, and it says here in small, any color ID is required when users use Nijisanji official store and Nijisanji fan club or purchase event ticket. So I guess it's the amount of accounts that sign in to be able to purchase merch or join the Nijisanji fan club. Yeah, the molecules, yeah. So this is like new Nijisanji accounts numbers, which has been going up. Hololive also like kind of counts them. So they expected the numbers of VTubers in EN to go up by 2 in Q1 here. And then by 2 more in Q2 in 2024. But isn't it actually decreasing? Shop accounts made. Yeah, that's a clear way of explaining it. Oh god, what did I do? Numbers of employees. The number of employees, the main cost increase factor than other variable costs, increased by 35% compared to the same period last year. With the aim of increasing what we can do, we are proceeding with recruitment based on a certain discipline, such as studio engineers and human resources in the business field who can respond overseas to actively expand Nijisanji EN. Okay, so they were trying to expand Nijisanji EN there. Look back at the graph here. Aggressively promote hiring of PM personnel. So this is corporate. The light pink. The salmon here is engineers, designers, and then business. Now, okay, so okay, they have a description, great. business mean VTuber management, new VTuber planning, content planning, event planning, YouTube program planning. I thought they didn't have any YouTube program planning for EN. Media mix planning and corporate sales. Okay, so that's a lot. That's the bulk of the company. These charts are exactly why Nijisanji has a clause in their contracts preventing talents from quitting whenever they want. The graph must always go up. This is why there is a waiting line to graduate. Is this confirmed? I don't think it is. That is for a company as a whole. I mean, as they're hiring new VTubers, obviously, like, they would need more employees. It kind of makes sense. The studio content and stuff is, like, very low if they want to do 3D modeling. I love how they keep adding 3D modeling in there, but they never actually do it. Like, 3D modeling is not just modeling the livers. It could be like doing the backgrounds, doing the settings and stuff. I honestly think they are making them graduating in a queue so they can debut new ones. Yeah, they clearly value quantity over quality. The number we've read that, sorry. Progress of performance forecast for the fiscal year ending in April 2024. Takuno, I would like to report on our growth strategy and initiatives through the first half. There are three main ways to think about growth strategies. The first is to create VTuber IP. The second is to grow it, and the third is monetization. Centering on those three areas, we will explain 6 areas that approach needs in Japan and overseas. So the first one is about creating VTuber IP. Virtual Talent Academy functions like a training school that teaches VTuber candidates the necessary skills and way of thinking through lessons and lectures. It's basically like their idol school. Currently, we are reviewing the curriculum and lessons and creating and improving a system to create human resources who can perform as VTubers. As another initiative, the Talent Virtual Academy has been holding 3 types of auditions since November 2023, and a large number of people have applied. In the fiscal year ending in April 2024, a total of 3 members, 1 male and 2 females, will debut as a unit in Japan in November. Oh. Okay. Is that still planned? Nijisanji EN, which approaches overseas need, has not yet established a lesson and curriculum system like Virtual Talent Academy, but it continues to provide training for VTuber candidates. Doing. What? Why is there just a doing there? Not in a sentence. In the future, we would like to use remote methods to create a system that allows people like living overseas to receive lessons and other curriculums. Oh, they're going to do online classes for VTubers. Starting in November 2023, we will be holding new editions for acting majors, albeit in a slightly different format. I mean, there is something to this strategy if they don't like budget. Their training school, like, everybody graduated, so that's what I'm saying. It could have been actually a good investment if they did it properly. In the first half of this year, a total of 6 members debuted. A unit with 3 men and a unit with 1 man and 2 women. Producing new VTubers is one of the cornerstones of our growth strategies, and we continue to recognize it as an important issue and will continue to work on it. Okay, so it's still rolling, this VTuber Academy. They have people that debuted from it. It's just that they fired a bunch of them. So because their strategy is based on pumping out new talents, it makes sense for them, not that it's morally necessarily right or fair or whatever, I'm not commenting on that. I'm just saying, like, from a business strategy, I understand why they want to incorporate that in their like production line and why they think this is a better investment for them than the 3D studio. Status of unit development measures. Second, from the perspective of growing a VTuber IP, it is all about expanding a new fan base and increasing engagement with the existing fan base. As a growth strategy, we are working on producing units and expanding content. Unit production means working as a unit on music, programs, events, etc. In addition to the success of individual VTubers, we hope to leverage synergistic effects such as relationship as a unit and increase engagement with new and existing customers. Why is there always a random doing here? In Japan, Chronoir, ROF, MAO, and Voltaxian? Question mark? Are developing units, and we will continue to work on increasing the number of new units at a constant pace in order to expand our fan base. I would like. We recognize that overseas, compared to Japan, there have been very fewer initiatives for Nijisanji EN as a whole and for unit production. But from the first half of the year, an official program by the 4-male unit Noctis has started. Starting with these initiatives, we will be able to meet the needs of overseas viewers and fans by providing music programs, competitions, and events as content for Nijisanji EN as a whole and as a unit. I would like to. I love the scuffed translations. It's so funny. I would like to. I would like to work on this. Yes. It's definitely the translation. But it's okay. It makes it a little funny. Continuous new debut of VTubers. Yes, we know you do that. So this is their units that they want to like make the IP better. Crisis, TTT. Oh yeah, TTT. That's the Dungeon and Dragon one. Crisis and Mitara Shidan. And this is the additions for VTA and Nijisanji EN. This is what they call the support system for continuous new debuts. We need to accelerate the debut. So their goal is basically, because they own these IPs, is to get these IPs as popular as they can so they can increase in value. And then they monetize it through various avenues. Merch sales, sponsorship deals, collabs, like paid collabs with brands, etc. And of course donations and memberships. Examples of measures in the promoting area. The third area is the monetization area of VTuber IP. As Tsuri mentioned earlier, domestic business is generally progressing as expected, and we believe that the promotion and commercial fields will continue to drive growth. So it seems they're like really confident with their Japanese side of things. In commerce, we have been able to develop good as an extension of VTubers' units activities, which has been producing good results. The same goes for the promotion field, and we are beginning to receive orders for large-scale projects. We believe that the monetization area is doing well. The problem of Niji's current model is that they stagnate without a current path to 3D and continuing to focus on debuting new talents that get abandoned quickly, like Victoria and Kunai from TTT. Yeah, people were complaining that they felt like their debuts were rushed, that they had like low budget debuts. I mean, I understand that if the livers have to pay for the debuts themselves, I get it why, you know, it probably looks more scuffed, and that's also fine. Like, you can be an entertaining streamer without having like a sick animation debut. It can be like me, you know, like my stream, we're scuffed and it's kind of on brand. From what I have seen of their financials and their statements, they treat the VTube IP similarly to how some people were treating Bitcoins. The more they have out there, the more they earned. Yes. On the other hand, when it comes to overseas market, I think it is important to have a deep understanding of overseas needs. Yeah, every time they go into the English side of Nijisanji, I feel like all the excuses are coming out and they're like, oh, but we need to put you in context. When developing merch, we believe it is important to understand what kind of product designs and sales strategies are preferred by overseas fans. When it comes to promotions, we want to be fully aware of overseas needs, such as what kind of needs our client have, who want to promote to overseas fan, and what kind of projects they want to proceed with. I mean, I get that there is like much less demand for anime girls in EN. Like in Japan, some like there's VTubers as ambassadors for like the Ministry of Tourism or some shit like that. So anime girls and IRL stuff, or more serious companies do collab together. Like these two industries merge together in Japan, and that probably happens a lot less on the English side, where maybe it's more tech people that would like to collab with VTubers, or everything that's just anime, manga, books, or some kind of Asian adjacent products. We would like to work to maximize the profits of VTuber IP by gaining a deeper understanding of overseas need through trial and error of each measure. By approaching domestic and overseas needs in the 3 areas of VTuber IP creation, growth, monetization, we aim to become a company that leads the VTuber market and grows stably and sustainably. This concludes my explanation of our growth strategy. And this is the good part, the Q&A. This document is full of flowery language. Well, that's why I ask you guys if they're ever gonna say outright that they're actually doing bad, but they're kind of just make everything sound good for the investors, which is... I just haven't analyzed a lot of other quarterly presentations, so I don't know if this is the norm for every company to have this kind of language. I've only seen the Cover Corp, and it's pretty similar. So even Niji was like, yeah, we have no idea what the fuck we're doing overseas. AKA Accelerate. Curse Boy IR, thank you so much for the yellow super, the golden super. In the Western world, we care very deeply about the well-being of individuals, especially when it comes to females and their line of works. I agree. And that's why I feel like on the Western side, we're not going to be complacent when we feel like the talents are treated like products. I feel like they haven't really understood that part of the culture yet. So this part is starts the Q&A about multiple VTuber employment projects. Blackfire Dragon, thank you for the 5. Didn't TTT get so little promotion? A couple other livers didn't hear about their debuts until after. Yes, it's true. There is a clip of a liver. I don't remember who it was, but they kind of forgot about it. That's so sad. That's actually sad. Japan is quite far behind when it comes to worker wellness. Yes, and hopefully there's a shift there. It's Japan is having a lot of problems there. They're like overworking their employees. People are dying of heart failure and stuff. And go to bed, it's past your bedtime. Seriously? Somebody ban that guy. At Shima Spain Village, there was an event announced by Sango Shuo and Salome. Okay, I'm not going to pronounce that word. The president of Kintetsu Group Holdings highly praised the effects of the event in February of this year. Is it correct to think that there is a background? In addition, Salome has been appointed more frequently in connection with this. Oh, that's Salome, the VTuber. I still can't read that last name, so I'm just not even gonna attempt right now because you guys will laugh at me. And I get the impression that it has been a hot topic on social media, with the ex-post of Shima Spain Village getting 3.95 million views. Will you continue to hold events that increase the effectiveness of the event by using multiple VTubers, is your question. Takuno responds, this is a project that we received a repeat request from. This has also happened in other projects where increasing the numbers of VTubers used increases the promotion effect even more. The reason behind the increasing numbers of large-scale projects is that people are hoping for more promotional effects by hiring multiple VTubers to live in a single project. We believe that repeat projects like this and larger projects that involve the use of multiple VTubers will continue to increase. Are they talking about a collab they did? I'm not aware of this event. Are you guys aware? So it's not pronounced salami? No! Salami is a good alternative? Regarding revenue and profit margin of large projects, will the impact of large-scale projects on profits increase in the future? Also, I think sales of goods that utilize your company's character will expand in the future, including at Kintetsu. How will the profit margin situation look at the time? Do you watch it, is the question. Oh, I'm sure they watch the profit margin, dude. Yeah, just throw more VTubers in the project, guys. I'll pay more. Not limited to Shima Spain Village, but with regards to large corporate projects that are increasing recently, the revenue per project is very large and the number of man hours that the company has to allocate increases. But small projects, I believe that this is more important in terms of maximizing efficiency and profits than accumulating more and more. We also see it as a positive in terms of profit margins. Regarding the factors behind the exceedance of plan and the gap between market expectation. Even taking into account the event delay of more than 1.2 billion yen, it appears that sales have not yet met expectations. Yet, what I got the first time from reading this document is that the investors were a bit frisky about the EN side of things. Your company is making progress that is above plan, but what is going on? Please tell us whether the results were higher than expected and what points you think are the gaps with market expectation. Let me explain the upside situation again using numbers. Of the 4 areas of live streaming, commerce, promotion, and events, the 2 areas with the largest increases were commerce and promotions. So merch and collabs. Regarding commerce, we believe that demand is stronger than expected. Not collabs, but sponsors. For unit level measures and large scale measures that the company is actively pushing forward. Looking at the second quarter alone, for example, one of the reasons for the upside was that a large number of CDs released as a unit sold. People still listen to CDs? Or are we talking about discs? Regarding promotion, this is related to the first question, and we are receiving orders for larger projects compared to last year's. Corporate projects promotions have been more active than expected, and this is the main reason for their increase in sales compared to the plan. Regarding the gap with market expectations, we have only been listed for less than 2 years, and we recognize that there is a certain degree of volatility in our business results due to the nature of our business. However, from an external market perspective, the predictability of volatility is somewhat difficult to see. There wasn't that much of a gap between the first quarter and when we expect the numbers to be high, and the second quarter when we thought the numbers would be about this much, but as market, this unevenness was very noticeable. I think it's a surprise. Hey, I listen to CDs too? So you have a Discman? People still buy physical media in Japan. Yeah, and they're expensive, right? Like the CDs they sell, they're expensive. Yeah, in some countries, CD players are all they can really afford and sustain. Yeah, but isn't Japan like the king of tech? CDs is still sought after collectible merch in Japan. I saw that like a lot of idol groups also sold CDs, and they're big, yeah. But I didn't know. I wasn't aware that they did that with VTubers. I'm curious to check out the any color merch. Oh, it's Carly. Voice backs. What is this? Toys? I want to see if there's CDs. Necklace, plushie, chopstick set. That's a good idea. Oh, CDs are sold out. Niji bear? Niji puppet? Niji puppet goods? Acrylic stands. Key visual cards. Like more acrylic stands. Random snapshots. Oh, this is sold out. EN doesn't have CDs? Oh. Oh, this is all EN. Oh, do we not get the Japanese one? Yeah, I can't find a website for the Japanese. Oh, this is the same stuff. Okay, yeah. And we're not gonna find CDs here. They're not in. Not in here. The art is good though that they're using. Ooh, Valentine voice back. Oh, I can't listen. Oh, there is a sample. Oh my god. It's so cute sounding. Okay, well, back to the finance stuff. When is the Rima voice pack coming out? Yeah, JP has a different store. It's not showing up when I Google it. Regarding cost of sales ratio and advance recording of Nijisanji festival expenses. How much were the products with high cost of sales ratio different from normal products? Also, please tell us how much of an impact they had on the cost of sales ratio. My question is, how much was recorded in advance for the cost related to Nijisanji festival? Due to the nature of our company, the cost rate is not constant for all products, so naturally some are lower and some are higher. It's difficult to give specific numbers, but I think it's true that the difference is quite large. Looking at the second quarter, I mentioned that units CDs sold in large numbers. As a single product, it ranks first or second in sales. Oh my god, you guys are right! The CDs are huge there! Maybe they just need to make EN-CDs. We believe that the high cost of goods ratio for such products affected our profit margin and variable cost ratio. Oh no, they're saying these are high costs. I hope you will understand that the advanced recording of costs related to Nijisanji festival will range from tens of millions of yen to 100 million yen. Okay. Main brushing ASMR. Can we get a voice back when you neigh at us? I'll just, when I go horseback riding tomorrow, I'll just record the horse brushing ASMR. I'm not gonna talk on it though, it's just gonna be the horse. Regarding sales fluctuation in domestic commerce, even when seasonality is taken into account, domestic commerce sales fluctuate in the first and second quarter appears to be significant. Could you please explain the factors again? It is correct to understand that anniversary goods for Chronoir and Voltaction sold well in the first quarter. Also, I believe there was the anniversary of... is that supposed to be TTT, but it's translating to rough mayo? It sounds so dumb when I say it like that. Rough mayo. In the second quarter, but since it is the end of the period, will commerce distribution be expected in the third quarter, is your question. As I mentioned earlier, fluctuation between quarters are due to the balance of measures and other factors. I feel like they're just rehashing the same words. The anniversary goods for Chronoir and Voltaction in the first quarter are exactly as you know and are contributing greatly to our sales in the first quarter. In addition, sales of goods related to the anniversary of Rough Mayo in the second quarter were carried out in the third quarter and did not start in the second quarter. Oh shit. Okay. I would like to reiterate that we believe that the fact that the absolute numbers of measures that were expected to sell very well in the second quarter was small in the annual plan was a major factor in the sales fluctuation. It's rough mayo, dude. It's like mayo, it got really cemented. Yeah, you're rough with mayo. Wait, is the actual unit name? It's probably spelled like arrow. Oh, it's them! It's them! That is actually their unit name. It's not a mistranslation. Arrow F MAO. Interesting names. Interesting names. That is cool to have your VTuber avatar on like a Google Pixel billboard. That's pretty dope. Pilot and Niji collab. The artwork is really pretty. Oh, they were on like, they did a collab with like a sushi place. They had Honka Star Rail and Nijisanji global PR campaign. I'd love to be like in a video game. That'd be sick. I don't know who came up with these names and what the fuck is Voltaction. Oh, the king's avatar for the glory appeared as a voice actor. Cool. Okay, so these are their project for expanding fan base outside of Japan. Mr. Frey! Thank you for the golden super. Here's stand up for the advance payments for Rima voice pack. Also, whoever said rough mayo, I gagged. That might have been me. Yeah, I've been, you know, whenever I get an idea, I just write it down for my future voice packs. If I do a voice pack, it would need to be like kind of funny. Not funny, but it would need to be like a fit with my chuny affirmation type. Strong Nijisanji brand. Unique competitiveness in virtual world. Company owns VTuber IP. That's, according to AnyColor, this gives them a huge edge. More diversified revenue resource streaming and IP business. High operating margin. VTuber high retention rate. Number of domestic VTubers as of April 2022 minus those who are graduating during the fall year of 2023-2024 divided by numbers of domestic VTubers as of April 2022 is 97% really the retention rate for VTubers? I feel like it's lower than that. VTubers concept produced by AnyColors, character concept based on trends. Okay, put all translation links in your Discord. Oh, thank you, ClipBitLocker. Oh god, there's so much to scroll through. Oh boy. Okay, I'll check this out later. Thank you so much. Super helpful. Oh, domestic, so GP only. Okay, thank god. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is just a visual graph of what we saw earlier. I'm curious about the gender. Okay. So there is more male in total. I thought there was more female. But I guess in the EN side there's more female, and globally there is more males, but there's still a huge chunk of females. And in the age, there's under 24 constitutes 43%, 25 to 34 is 38%. They didn't put a graph for like 18 and less, which is interesting. Oh, wait. This is an interesting thing. So the accounts for buying merch and to join the AnyColor fan club, there's much more female like accounts created. So I guess the female audience of Nijisanji is the more involved one, either financially or, you know, willing to open up an account and join whatever the Nijisanji fan thing is. And the age range here is, it's weird that the age range is different than this one. It's like under 19 is 25%, 20 to 29 constitutes more than half of their fan base, and then 30 to 39 is 12%, and over 46%. Yeah, so there's more male viewership, but there's more females buying merch and stuff. The Luxnox sisters. The Fujo army. So this is like their strategy. They debut VTubers. They connect them through Nijisanji. They make them collab together, and then they grow. Boom! Everything is connected. Oh, okay. Users derivative works, creating complex Nijisanji UGC community and expanding our brand exponentially. So I guess they want people to make their derivative works of their IPs to build a community. Fan arts, games, whatever. all of their graphs are like shooting up. It's like boom, boom. And they really believe that forming units is better for marketing, I guess. For example, let's take our boys, the Ralph Mayo. They do music content, they do video contents, and then they turn that into merch. This is an official Niji deck, yes. Oh, they're talking about a virtual talent academy here. Debuted as a Nijisanji VTuber after training period, such as singing, acting, dancing, and content planning, as well as a mindset of a streamer. System that can stably produce VTubers who can be active in the mid to long term through training and lessons. I wonder if they're gonna have like media training. Yeah, idle units to sell CDs, exactly. Since its establishment in June 2021, auditions have been held regularly to secure future Nijisanji VTuber candidates. We really don't hear about those auditions here at all. And they've been having them pretty consistently. Like every few months. Less in 2023, but there was a lot in 2022. Oh, there's the CDs. Various content production. They're doing games and they license out their IPs. There's tournaments with corporate sponsors. There's CDs. There's VTubers and promotions to attract them to park. I guess Gora had something similar with that aquarium. And there's VTubers and media like novels and comics. Attractive financial model achieving both high growth and high margin. Live streaming revenue for Nijisanji EN and Nijisanji JP. JP is the dark red and EN is the light red. Major cost items for these is the revenue share with VTubers and the platform fee. I guess whatever YouTube earns and whatever the VTubers take of their donations and memberships. And commerce revenue, their major cost items are revenue share with VTubers, platform fees. Really? How is your major cost item the 2% rev share with VTubers for the merch? What? Platform fee to host, maybe the merch? Content merchandise related cost, that makes sense. Event revenue. I feel the event, I wonder what's the cut for sponsors and events revenue. But they keep, like, their major cost items for every single avenue of revenue is the rev share with VTubers. Like, if it was just for them, it'd be zero. It'd be fucking zero. Platform fee and event related costs. Yeah, that makes sense. Seems like the sponsors is the one that has just the less like expenditure besides the rev share with VTubers. Attractive profitability model. Yeah, they don't say how much. I mean, quarterly reports don't have to be that precise. They can still like they can still display the numbers in a way they find it appealing as long as they're not wrong. And that's also why, I mean, that's also why a lot of companies do. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying like that's also why you know, like that was it Katie Holmes? That girl who did this not Katie Holmes, god damn it, that's an actress. That scientist woman who made this who frauded for like millions of dollars. There's been a lot of like company scandals in America that have came out recently, and I feel like if we had like super details, quarterly reports, they probably wouldn't be able to get away with that. Oh, the Theranos thing. Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes. Yes, 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 yes. I love how I give you guys like a super vague description of what I want. You guys are getting there. You're getting into understanding the Rima-ism. Dude, I have friends who still don't get that. You guys are good. You're good. I see you. Yes, you're right. Katie Holmes was the girl that dated Tom Cruise. And they went into this whole Scientology thing together. Laws on audits have become much more strict in the US. It's actually the #1 reason why there's so much less people being accountants these days. They're like, oh, I don't want to touch this. This is too complicated. It was a big scandal. And there was also this other dude that's also been a thing I've been following. He's he was very popular on that Reddit, like stock trading Reddit thing. Yeah, you guys have become better backseaters. I'm so proud of you guys. Wasn't she given to him by Scientology? Are you... Wait, is that... Katie Holmes was given to Tom Cruise by Scientology? That's crazy. I need to look up more into Scientology. They do crazy shit there. I'm sure there's like some... I've seen some videos pop up on my timeline about it. I put them on my watch later list, but I haven't gotten to them yet. Earning reports have to be within margin of error. Okay, okay. Anyway, carrying on. They just gave Tom Cruise a woman. There's no way. No, Katie Holmes went into Scientology for Tom Cruise when they got together. Okay, we've got different things. We're gonna have to do another stream on what happened between Katie Holmes and Tom Cruise. That is some old stuff. Yes, our Wall Street Bets, that guy. That guy from our Wall Street Bets. No, there's no Scientology VTuber. We just went on a tangent there. Because instead of saying Elizabeth Holmes, I said Katie Holmes. And then we started talking about Scientology. I just don't understand how they're getting all these celebrities to like endorse them. Oh yeah, let's finish that Q&A, man. Q&A about event sales for forecast for the third quarter. How much do you expect event sales to be in the third quarter? Last year, your company's revenue share was approximately 1.2 billion yen. How much upside downside do you expect for this fiscal year in this case? We are planning to hold the Nijisanji festival event from December 22nd to 24th. We are currently preparing for an event that is expected to be even more exciting than last year. Okay. Well, can't wait to see that one. About co-sponsoring Nijisanji Festival, my question is, isn't this year's Nijisanji Festival co-hosted by Sony Music Solutions? What kind of question is this? Yes, they already said that. Can we move it along? Projects expected in the third quarter. My question is, are there any commerce projects that we can expect to see in the third quarter? Please tell us your sales and profit forecast for the third quarter. Regarding the commerce situation, we are proceeding with plans to implement measures to significantly increase sales in the second half of the third and fourth quarter related to anniversaries and events. There are many things scheduled to be held, including the Nijisanji Festival, both announced and unannounced. What? Oh, okay. They're saying there's unannounced stuff that are coming. So I would like to do my best. I would like to. This is only Niji Fest December 2023. Yes. Okay, well, thank you for your insightful input, Nona. Maybe you should join my Discord and we can talk a little more. Have a good day tomorrow. Regarding the sales recording of Nijisanji Festival, I have heard that the event sales and commerce sales for Nijisanji Festival that were recorded in the second quarter of last year have been delayed to the third quarter of this fiscal year. Please tell me the reasons and details. Nijisanji Festival is not held at a fixed time each year. Yeah, we've already went through that. Yeah, they moved it to December, we know. As a result, we hope you understand that the timing of implementation is different between... Yes, okay, bye. About building competitive advantage. On slide 17. This is slide 17. There. Oh yeah, we went through that. This is how the IP and virtual culture. I love how building relationship with fans through live streaming. Parasocial relationship. It is necessary to build bonds with fans through viewing rather than gaining recognition through exposure. This is exactly the part that is being shaken. I am concerned that this may be the case. Oh my god, finally like an investor with a good question. Basically, they're saying that the viewing numbers are down, so they're worried. It is only through the bond we have with our fans that we can do what I mentioned earlier, creating, growing, and monetizing VTuber IP. In other words, we recognize that it is extremely important that we continue to create a situation where Nijisanji project itself is trusted by fans as a brand. The opposite is going on right now. Legit the opposite. In this sense, we believe that the quality of the VTubers that debut from our company is important. Yeah, but what quality VTuber are you gonna have now that you're displaying to the world that you're treating them like shit? By acquiring specialized skills and experience as a VTuber and developing a firm way of thinking, we can active over the medium to long term and entertaining fans through various services, which is a very cyclical process. I think it's important. Okay, but he didn't answer the question. Is it me or he didn't answer the question? We want to know how you're gonna address like the low viewer counts. He just didn't answer the question. Finally a good question, and he just like skipped over it. Regarding the reason for not making upward revisions, what do they mean by that? The reason why you did not make an upward revision even though the forecast was higher than the plan is because there are some business that are currently performing below the company's expectation. This guy put him on blast. Maybe you are anticipating some kind of cost, etc. Please let me know if you have any concerns. Including the second quarter, there are no particular areas where results are lower than the company's expectations at this point. On the other hand, the company is planning for even greater sales in the second half of the fiscal year. Taking this sense of balance into account, we would like to see progress of the company in the second half of the year. At present, the plan is progressing smoothly, and we will focus on steadily implementing measures to maximize the sales, which we hope to achieve in the second half of the year. Okay, well, he answered a little more this time, but still kind of not. Regarding the progress of sales recovery measures for Nijisanji EN, please tell us about the progress of the plan to recover sales of Nijisanji EN. Okay, I read that one before. This is a good one. I remember you saying in the second quarter that we are taking measures to recover in about 6 months. So, like I said before, the investors are a bit frisky about the Niji side because they don't find it as profitable. Is there a strong expectation that growth will resume from the third quarter, or will you be working on it over a longer time frame? Regarding Niji I think it's extremely important to accurately capture the need of overseas customers. Are you gonna go in your PR talk again, motherfucker? In addition to rapidly producing VTuber IP, targeting overseas from the perspective of VTuber IP growth, we are also expanding unit produced content and the overall content of Nijisanji to the same content that is being developed domestically. I realize that I'm still lacking in comparison. Yes, you are. Okay, we're working on content. We want to improve customer engagement. In terms of short sale recovery, I believe that collaborating with domestic needs is one of the important initiatives. One example of this is the debut of the Hero Concept Unit, a joint unit between Japanese and overseas. So they're going to do like EN and GP stuff from the second half of the previous fiscal year. This is a project in which both unit Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN are participating. Okay, that's their plans to remedy to that. In the short term, we would like to take initiatives that include collabs with domestic needs, and in the long term, for fundamental improvements, we would like to work on acquiring, improving, and growing overseas needs. Masu. Yeah, he keeps saying the same nothing burger. I agree. Regarding indicators that quantitatively... Yeah, I kind of said it properly from the first time. Indicate bonds with fan. My question is, I understand that you place importance on building bonds with fan. Parasocial relationships. But could you please disclose information on indicators and KPIs that allows external parties to confirm this? I'm sure you have in mind the amount of time you spend watching YouTube that I previously disclosed. We have decided not to disclose this information as supplementary information regarding business growth or financial status. The reason behind this is the company's judgment that this number has a weak relationship with the company's business growth and sales growth. So they're not disclosing the time spent watching their VTubers anymore, because they feel like it has nothing to do with how much they're selling or how much the business is growing. As a side note, viewing time itself is increasing, and it does not mean that we have stopped disclosing information because it is decreasing. Okay. Well, he's not allowed to lie, right? So I guess we just have to trust them. We are currently discussing within our company how to quantitatively measure engagement with fans. We believe that the longer viewing time on YouTube does not necessarily mean higher popularity or sales. But there are other metrics that can be used as substitute. I don't think that is the case at present. Okay, whatever. What is on SNS? Does it mean social media? Because that would make sense. I think it's important to carefully monitor the reactions from fans on social media in order to gauge the actual amount of enthusiasm from fans. Well, I can gauge the actual amount of enthusiasm from fans right now for Nijisanji, and I can tell you it's not that good. It's not that good. Social networking services. Okay. That was close. Thank you. Thanks, guys. This is a team effort. Going through all these numbers and shit, it's a team effort. It's Rima and chat. You know, Fuamoko has 2 brains, and we got a lot of brains in here. Melkondor, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for joining the membership. By the way, guys, don't forget to press that subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. We are getting a merch line drop at 50k. Yeah, we are sharing one brain cell here. But it's one damn of a powerful brain cell. My question is, what kind of measure are you looking for to in the second half of the year? One of our important initiatives is Nijisanji Festival. Through offline festival, it is an opportunities for fans and talents to interact. Okay, I don't care. Regarding management policy for this fiscal year, in the fourth quarter of the previous fiscal year, there were many initiatives aimed at the next year rather than the current period, and sales and profit contributions slowed down. And the stock price also fell. What is your management policy for this fiscal year? I think it's about the positioning for the fourth quarter of this fiscal year. We are planning large-scale measures for this fourth quarter. So rather than being an adjustment target, the fourth quarter is a quarter that we have high expectations for this fiscal year. Okay. Well, I don't think it's gonna end up being that good now that we're like in the future. No, not offline meeting. I think they said offline festivals, not meeting. Regarding regional characteristics overseas, my question is there any regional characteristics such as female talent being more easily seen overseas? Please tell me. Rather than focusing on either men or women, we are expanding our reach and producing content that can meet needs for overseas VTubers and potential VTubers fans. So basically they're just like, we're expanding everywhere! We're taking everyone! Do you want to be a VTuber? You want to be a VTuber? Go, go, go! Debut, debut, debut! Wait, what is this? Regarding the Virtual Academy Super Elite Driver Mascot and Driver Editions. Regarding the new domestic debut, so in Japan, Japanese debut, I heard that they will be recruiting Virtual Talent Academy Super Elite Drivers and Virtual Talent Academy Mascot Drivers from November. But I got the impression that they are going in a different direction than traditional VTubers. Please tell us the background and intention behind your decision. Does this mean that the VTuber market in Japan is maturing and cannibalism will occur in the conventional VTuber IP? VTA Super Elite drivers and VTA Mascot drivers are not the only special drivers when planning the production of each VTuber. I wonder if drivers is just a mistranslation. In addition to the existing fan base of Nijisanji, we also target those who have not yet watched Nijisanji or participated as a fan. As part of this effort, we have been holding auditions since November under the title of VTA Super Elite Driver. We are recruiting people who are professional or similar and people who want to carry out activities using the design of the mascot character. Okay, that's interesting. Driver sounds better than livers. Yep. What measures do you expect to see in the fourth quarter other than festivals? Oh, Rough Mayo keeps coming back. They have a live event. Of course, we have high expectations for the live event. I'm just gonna say it, Rough Mayo, because it's funnier. And as I already disclosed, Chrono Noir is also planning a live event in the fourth quarter. I hope you will be aware that we have several other plans. They don't say much in those questions. There's not much meat around the bone. I might skip some of the non-real. Regarding sales profit from large-scale initiative in the fourth quarter, my question is, I hear there will be a major measure in the fourth quarter, but can we expect both sales and profit, or will sales be first? The events I mentioned earlier are what we are looking forward to in the fourth quarter. For us, there is nothing in particular that we are working on, with the understanding that it is a sales type business. We approach all measures with the attitude that if we make sales, we also make profits. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Okay, they're not planning to hold the Nijisanji festival again this year. But they don't think that this is a situation where their performance will drop significantly between last year and this year due to the presence or absence of events. Regarding recording of sales, my question is it correct to understand that merchandise related sales generated at events will be recorded in the commerce segment? This is what you are aware of. Okay. This is kind of a rude way of answering this. Alright, well we've been through this. So I never actually took the time to read all of that. But I'm down to do my homeworks on stream more often. This actually kind of saves me time. Instead of doing my reading before streams or before videos, I can do both at the same time, you know, multitask. And then we learn together. But that also means that like my VODs maybe not be as clean, or like we'll go back and forth between info sometimes, as chat sometimes can correct me or give me more input. So I hope you guys are lenient this way. I'm not an expert in financial and stuff. I just have some interest, but that started like this year after I finished watching Succession. I was like, I'm gonna be Logan Roy, baby. And we could do this with Hololive maybe another day. We ride a horse into the truth. Yes, I'm learning, exactly. It's funny that we went over the Q&A session and the only answer we got is practically you'll see. I know! I actually know. I feel like that is so accurate. I feel like that's the only answer we got. Legit. Oh, we have big things coming. Don't worry about it. I'm just so excited for the next quarterly report, guys. I'm actually so excited. I felt nothing from what I've heard. It was all just PR speak. We appreciate you because you're genuine. Not a lot of that going around nowadays. Thank you. It's okay, not even Henia knows how Visual makes money. Alright, nice. You guys like me reading financial stuff? Cool. I'm down to just take a little break and watch this video together, and I want to react to this. Oh, Big Leo with the 10 gifted! Thank you so much! Thanks, guys. That is not true. We also got to see Niji admit in Corpus speak we have no idea what we're doing in the overseas market. I also like that we saw that graph where they were basically saying that their biggest expense is the rev share with talents. They're like, even for the merch, even for the 2%, they're like, yeah, that's our biggest expense. How? So this is my friend Yamalbat. She's also a great VTuber and YouTuber. Mr. Frey with another 10 gifted. Thank you. We're turning this chat into a sea of green, and I love seeing green in the chat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for the gifted, for real. Oh no, we keep having the same loading problem.
Exclusive Otaku-bound merch will be
The investors didn't hold their feet to the fire like I've seen in other shareholder meeting. You mean like they weren't being pushy with their questions? Yeah. I mean, we don't see the reply to the end. Like, we only see them asking the question and then the answer, but there's no... You don't get to have more details, I suppose. How long is this video? Okay, it's long. I'll start this and I have to go to the bathroom real quick, but I'll be back very soon. I'm pulling a Hassan. It's gonna be a share stream, share react stream, but she did give me permission. Blazin to react. Blazin Yoshi, welcome to the cute squad. I gotta change the name of the members. I feel like we're not in the cute stuff anymore. You guys are cloppers now. Yeah, Yam, love her stuff. Go check out her channel, Yama Albat. And this is Otaku Bon. She has a merch of Otaku Bon. And if we do hit 50k subs, we will also have our merch line with them.
24. So do
Alright,
remember to
be
get your
right back
orders
real
in
quick.
before then if you want Yam Albat inspired stickers, charms, or apparel. Due to certain VTuber agencies being eager to copyright strike those who criticize their practices, none of the footage in this video will be agency VTuber footage. The footage found in this video is compiled from the channels of indie VTubers that you can support right now. If you would like to appear in one of my videos, I have a database of VTuber volunteers that I now use for my B-roll on this channel. If you are a VTuber, feel free to read the rules and sign up for yourself. Hey ya Bat Bunch! Welcome to part 1 of my enormous video essay about all my thoughts on VTuber agencies. This was supposed to be one video, but by page 20 of the script, I decided that I would not be able to get it out in time. So this video essay will be all about the red flags that a bad VTuber agency may display so that you, the audience, VTubers, and VTuber fans alike, may see the signs that a VTuber company is less than ideal behind the scenes and avoid them. Part 2 will be on my thoughts on VTuber agencies as a whole and will be released next month. I personally started my VTuber journey as a huge VTuber agency fan, but nowadays I have a hard time finding agencies I can wholeheartedly support with the knowledge that my favorite VTuber is being treated fairly. So what happened to my love of VTuber agencies? Honestly, the answer of this question is twofold. Firstly, the VTuber landscape has changed significantly since 2019. What used to be a niche of the internet that almost no one in America knew about has now become a huge subsect of content creation. This popularization is an incredibly good thing for those who want to start as an indie VTuber. However, for those who want to be agency VTubers, it is becoming increasingly hard to find a legitimate agency these days because a lot of them are pretty sketchy. Secondly, I simply learned too much about VTuber agency business practices and how they operate. It's like learning how fast food is made. It makes some people want to stop eating it.
I'm back.
Facts about the inner workings of VTuber agencies made me decide that I would
So
prefer to support indie
this is the 13 most common red flags in VTuber agencies.
VTubers and indie VTuber groups. You see, part of my life that I haven't been transparent about is the fact that I have been working behind the scenes in VTuber agencies on and off for the past few years, both as staff and as talent to be. I've also had several friends in VTuber agencies, and they have told me their own horror stories. Our combined experiences will be reflected in this video series. The harsh reality is, good VTuber agencies are only 1 in a million. The majority of them are full of unprofessionalism and red flags. Aspiring VTubers and fans alike should research the company they
She also edits all of her videos herself, which is crazy.
Because the majority of upstarting agencies are actually predatory. One quick disclaimer about this whole series. I won't be naming a single specific agency in a bad light. This video is an educational example rather than commentary about any specific current events. I am simply trying to spread awareness to aspiring VTubers and fans alike about the practices that go on in some VTuber agencies that aren't immediately apparent. The goal with this series is to shine light on malpractice in order to instill change and not to add gas to any fire. Please do not come after anyone based on the information I share in this video.
Yam has worked for agencies and has audition for agencies. She's, I think, maybe been in an agency too, but I'm not sure.
And professional practices instead. I cannot stress this enough. If you have a problem with the company, contact the company's management. Leave the VTuber talents associated with the company alone. Thank you.
She's right.
And of course, due to the nature of the subject and how secret these agencies can be, everything in this video is based on personal anecdotes and is therefore all alleged. Take it all with a grain of salt and
I should start doing these disclaimers. This is for edutainment.
do your own research whenever possible. Background. Let's first set the scene and start off with talking about how the VTuber landscape has changed since 2019. As someone who was there actively documenting the VTuber boom with my project, the VTuber Census, I may have more insight than others in this field. Like I mentioned earlier, VTubing went from
Yeah, she did say that, Ayoshi.
Community
True.
primarily from Japan to being everywhere in Asian and Western countries alike due to the success of English-speaking agency VTubers from the big three agencies in 2020 and
Is he making
2021.
cookies?
The success of these agencies came
I could
due
do
to an
a
enormous wave of
cookie
indie
baking
VTubers
stream.
and small VTuber agencies. And speaking of Japan, let's hear a word from our sponsors. Today's sponsors are
Oh,
Tokyo
I have
Treat
permission
and
to
Dr.
skip
Coke.
that.
Experience Japan
Oh my
from
god,
the
it's a
comfort
long
of your home.
ad.
1. This boom was caused by the combination of popularity of these aforementioned big three agencies and new technology such as VRoid, VCFace, and VTube Studio just
Cute.
becoming available to the masses. Now anyone and everyone with a smartphone, PC, and an internet connection could become a VTuber, and likewise start a VTuber agency. Before the VTuber boom, becoming a VTuber without a technology company behind you was incredibly hard, considering how the majority of upstarting indie VTubers were inspired by the incredibly successful agency VTubers at the time. It makes sense that everyone had one goal in mind: to join.
Can you pause the video to throw in a comment? Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, it's not it's not as good when I speak over her because you guys hear two voices. All right. We're doing reaction practice. I think I could see myself doing some like reaction content, but probably more on like I'd like to do more informative stuff.
Join a VTuber agency. At the time,
Or watch
none
cooking
of the
shows.
indie
Oh, sorry.
VTubers garnered popularity anywhere close
I'm supposed to pause when I talk.
to the top agencies. So there was a prevailing attitude that the only way to make it as a VTuber was to join an agency. This made the indie VTuber sphere a perfect breeding ground for the emergence of predatory and incompetent
It's a little
VTuber
low.
agencies. And this practice continues to this very day. There's a trend of calling these bad agencies, quote, black companies, but
Okay, I hate, this is unrelated, but when I put my hand in front of my mouth, it makes my mouth just open up. Because my tracker stops seeing my mouth, and then I just look like I'm fish gapping at the screen.
actually disagree with the use of this term in most cases. The term black company or buraku kigyo is far more severe than the majority of these agencies' conditions, and I do not want the term to lose its full weight. Cases of black companies are far worse than anything I would like to talk about on my channel, but just know that if a VTuber is getting paid for their time, they are allowed.
Turn off background music. You know what? I forgot I had that. But you guys are gonna need to remind me to turn it on again for the next stream. I forgot I had that because I can't hear it. Only you guys can hear it. Kind of sucks streaming in silence. Good morning from Sweden, from Vic Rage. Hope you have a nice stream. Gotta go to work to see you in the VOD later. Oh my god, thank you so much. You just stopped by to send me a super. That's so cool. Thank you. At least your tracker recognizes your eyes. Mines are constantly flagged as closed in my tracker. Are you using iPhone or webcam tracking? Because iPhone tracking is so much better. Which one of you in the chats are content creators or VTubers, by the way? No, my model's default is not with the mouth open. But for some reason, like if I hide the tracking, then it will open its mouth.
Allowed to take breaks, and they are free to leave, then they are not in a black VTuber company. So instead of using the term black company, I'm going to call these bad VTuber agencies red flag agencies because I do not want to contribute to the loss of meaning of words on the internet through.
Yeah, if you're using webcam tracking as a VTuber, that's why your rig is not tracking properly. Guaranteed. Not me, not me, I am, not me, okay. Most of you aren't content creators, I see. I dabble in streaming. Yeah, I also consume a lot of content. Oh, you do radio content. That's so cool. You must give good voice.
Exaggeration. VTuber agency red flags. In my eyes, there are two types of red flag VTuber agencies. Type A is the accidentally unprofessional VTuber agency. Type A agencies are started by earnest, good-hearted individuals who simply don't know how much work and capital it takes to run a VTuber agency, and thus accidentally disappoint their
That would still annoy me if I'm working with somebody unprofessional. That would also annoy me.
find talents with false promises. They don't know how to handle the job they signed up for, they don't know how content creation works, and they don't know how to manage people or effectively promote their talents or handle any legal issues and internet drama. Maybe they just wanted to start a VTuber group to be surrounded by friends like their favorite agencies. Or maybe they are very passionate for VTubers themselves, but wanted to stay out of the spotlight. Ultimately, Type A agencies have good intentions at the start, but just have no clue what they've gotten themselves into. Oftentimes, no one in Type A agencies is inherently malicious, but they still create a stressful and dysfunctional environment to be a part of accidentally. As such, Type A agencies often fall apart early, and sometimes the person running the company is incredibly remorseful. They typically allow the VTubers to leave and become indie VTubers with all their past content and...
Yeah, but the thing is, they still fail, like, in the end. But hey, at least they don't intentionally try to screw their talents.
Character intact. When these agencies closed, it's typically a sad time because we all wanted to believe in their shared dream very badly, but at the end of the day, they didn't have the experience, knowledge, or capital to achieve said dream. Generally, everyone parts ways amicably and recovers after the agency closes. Type B is the actively predatory VTuber agency. This agency is started because someone has an ulterior motive. Maybe they see VTubers as the next big internet trend that needs to be capitalized on. Or worse, they could be started by someone who wants power over individuals they perceive as literal anime characters. The most common instance of this is male anime fans who want to be surrounded by their own personal group of anime women. But this isn't always the case. These predatory agencies will often look for young and naive creators who are easy to sell a dream to. They will specifically lure in creators without enough capital to get started with a VTuber model and PC by saying that the agency will pay for all of it. Then, once they have these creators under a contract and NDA...
Sundaria was Type A. Sundaria was a US-based VTuber agency based in Los Angeles, California. Their goal was the production and development of VTubers and quality entertainment through creator support, including management of daily streams, assistance with initial design, and further development. Okay, but what happened? They were open for 3 years. Oh. Okay, did they get to keep their IPs? Wactor is Type B, right? And then one person in chat said Sundaria would be like Type A. Where is my YouTube tab? Oh, it is here.
The VTuber is stuck. Oftentimes, the contracts of these agencies only contain the duties the talent must perform for the agency, but don't extend any stipulations of what the company must do for the VTubers in the company at all. And thus, these companies can lay back and watch while their
But Sundaria kept their IPs? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like Type A.
VTubers rake in the cash, all without lifting a finger to support these VTubers beyond the initial cost of the VTuber model. A lot of the time, the signed VTubers would leave these agencies in a heartbeat, but everything they built is connected to a character that they can never own the rights to, and thus, they either have to put up with the unfair working conditions or start over from ground zero. When these agencies close, it is often explosive. Horrible things, sometimes even crimes, come out once things come crumbling down. It usually just takes one VTuber with the courage to leave, and it snowballs further and further until the company's dark underbelly is exposed to the public. After Type B agencies lose public support, they will either disband or attempt to rebrand in order to regain public favor. As you can imagine from this description, Type B, the actively predatory agency, is far more dangerous than Type A. But both types of red flag agencies have a few characteristics in common despite their difference in intentions. Both types of agencies are attractive to newer content creators looking to become someone like a top agency creator someday. They also get people in the door with the promise of a high quality model.
That's a cute model. I like the outfit.
And upfront value, but once the VTubers
I wonder
sign
what
the
Type C
contract,
will be.
no further value will be created for them. I would honestly argue that most red flag agencies are a mix of Type A and Type B, a mix of maliciousness and incompetence. The VTuber agencies that end up being outed as bad companies have a similar list of traits that my friends and I have taken note of. Just because a company checks a few of these boxes, it doesn't mean they're horrible, and just because an agency doesn't check these boxes,
AccuAir seems more like a combination of Type A and Type B, because they were also incompetent.
doesn't mean they're a good company either. However, you should still pay attention to these warning signs if you are a fan of VTuber agencies or a VTuber yourself. So here, ladies and gentlemen, is my big ol' list of red flags that an agency is not going to support you in your goals of becoming the next big thing. Red flag 1. Obscurity. Oftentimes, red flag agencies pop out of seemingly nowhere. They have low following on their social media accounts, and no one seems to know who they are outside of the people looking.
Dude, how many, like, 46 Twitter followers agencies have been opening auditions? It's like, what can you possibly offer them to justify taking a revenue share? AccuAir is the one where the guy wanted a harem and he just wanted to talk to the girls and play Overwatch with and Discord calls, and he, like, just trying to give them personas, but he had no idea what he was doing.
To audition for them. They have little documentation on who is running the agency, whether they are a proper LLC, and they have little to no investors. In super severe cases, these agencies won't even have a basic website. In general, if there's very little documentation for an agency's existence outside of their Twitter, it's a bad sign. But also keep in mind, anyone and their mom can make a sleek looking website these days, so it's just one thing to be wary of. Supporting new companies isn't always a bad thing, but they have to prove themselves to be a diamond in the rough.
Oh yeah, so Yam did this list of, it's like a Google form, and if you want to be part of a database of footage that people like me, her, and other YouTuber content creators can use as like B-roll in our YouTube videos, you can go to that form. I think she posted it on Twitter, and you can fill it out and then send some of your clips, and they'll be featured with like your credit there. Like this guy, Gamma the Fool, probably submitted it, etc.
First, before I give them my full support personally. Red flag 2. Lack of vision. Similarly, I consider a company with no clear vision statement or some sense of common goal to be a red flag as well. For instance,
I remember how everyone thought Face Connect was suspicious as hell, but they were legit. Well, I mean, all you need is some investment. The social media following will come, but if you have no money and no social media following and no industry experience, it's gonna be tough. I wasn't there, I think, when Face started, so I'm curious how they actually started.
if you apply to Hololive, chances you are going to be interested in idol activities, because Hololive says that's what they're looking for on their website. If an agency cannot even tell you why you should join them and what their ultimate goal is, chances are they have no clear goals for the future themselves. This is a
So VAlert, the agency that we watched yesterday, made it a really clear goal what they were looking for, right? They were looking for like adults, VTubers that are geared towards adults content. They said exactly what they were expecting from them. They had a website, etc. They're doing suspiciously great, yeah.
A major indicator that the staff behind the scenes may be complacent and are hopping on the VTuber train for the wrong reasons. Red flag 3. Unnecessary secrecy. Unnecessary secrecy is a huge red flag to me. There is a level of necessary secrecy in an agency to keep identities safe and surprises unspoiled, but anything beyond that?
Fishman put a lot of money into personally, I thought. Well, that could be the case if he's one of the investors himself, right? Then you know, it's a bigger risk, but you also get bigger reward if it does pay off. What you really need is experience as an actual talent manager, handling advertising, merchandising, contract negotiation, and so on. Having money alone doesn't negate this. Yeah, or partnering yourself with somebody that has experience in those things or that has experience in the VTubing scene.
Is a red flag to me. If a VTuber cannot speak to their audience freely about their own feelings, that isn't okay. And if a VTuber has to stay in character at all times and can never once be real with their audience, that's an even bigger red flag. A lot of red flag agencies will use intense NDAs to silence their VTubers from speaking out against their malpractices. There's also the unfortunate practice of VTubers saying they are going on hiatus when they are actually suspended by the company. I'm not mentioning this,
but NDAs doesn't cover like not malpractice, because I think malpractice is like more of a legal word, but it doesn't cover mismanagement. It doesn't, like, if they broke a law in your country or some labor laws, there's still NDA doesn't protect them from that. You can speak up about that, and I feel like that's something that a lot of young VTubers don't know about. Exactly. There's not that many actual talent managers with proper experience in the virtual world, but there probably is in other entertainment fields.
to make anyone paranoid about their favorite VTuber going on hiatus. It's actually good for VTubers to be able to take breaks without their fanbase panicking. However, if hiatuses happen a lot after the talent speaks their mind in this VTuber company, it may be a symptom that all is not well behind the scenes. Red flag agencies use the secrecy their staff and talents are legally bound to in order to hide major internal issues for literal years. We have seen it time and time again that an agency can look perfectly healthy and wonderful on the outside, but then years later, their rotten core is exposed to the public when it all collapses. Suffering in silence while pretending everything is okay on the outside really takes a toll on the associated VTubers and staff as well. Red flag 4. Constant drama. This is probably the most obvious red flag that people will often recognize. If a VTuber
I feel like Akio Air had that. They had like a lot of constant drama, or people were talking about them a lot, and it was usually in a negative light. Depends on what country. Whistleblowing is illegal here, especially if it's whistleblowing on government things. Damn. As a former flesh tuber, do you think it's wise for young VTuber to start as regular streamers first to test the water? Yeah, for sure. Just any kind of streamer. You don't even need to have a webcam. You can be a successful voice streamer, like isn't Shroud a faceless streamer too? NDAs do not supersede the law of the land. More prospective tubers need to know this. I agree, yes. But like somebody else pointed out, there's a lot of VTubers, that's their very first gig, and they're just kind of thrown in there. They have no idea what they're doing, and people take advantage of that.
VTuber agency has had a lot of public disagreements or bad PR moments, then they are probably not the most professional. Because these agencies are so secretive, I consider anything that does leak out beyond the NDA to be a major indication that things are not right within. The old saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, really fits here. If their talents are vague tweeting on social media about being sad and can't tell you why, chances are it's probably related to the inner workings of the VTuber company. Red flag 5. Child VTubers. Hiring
Nowadays, it feels like breaking NDA is more of a reputational risk. I don't know how they can enforce NDA across state lines. I also think a lot of agencies just block you. Like, agencies talk to each other's, and yeah, more than we think they do. So if somebody break contracts, the other's gonna know.
Talents under 18 is a huge red flag. VTubers in a company need to be an adult. Watch my friend Licorice's video after this one if you want a further explanation. I will not personally elaborate further.
Licorice has voiced some stuff for me too. She's great. She does great video. She has one video that's on Vtubers that's a banger.
Red flag 6.
I want to make a video on Vtubers.
If an agency promises that they are just one big family, run. VTuber agencies are at the very end of the day a business and not a charity fund for small creators. They care about the success of their company first and foremost. Consider phrases like, "Oh, our company is hardly even a company. Our talents are 100% free, and we're more like a family," to be a red flag. Because
I hate when they say, "We're just like one big happy family."
that isn't how real VTuber agencies work. That isn't even how companies work. Agency VTubers aren't all friends. They are co-workers first. Though genuine friendships may happen behind the scenes, it is not guaranteed. Do not join an agency for the promise of companionship. Red flag 7. VTuber fan staff. Similarly, I find it to be a huge red flag if the staff members, especially the CEO, act like the VTuber's fans first and a business professional second. I understand.
Like, wait, what does she mean by that? I guess you can be supportive, but not a super fan? What does it mean? I guess we'll play it and we'll find out.
And wanting to appear friendly and relatable to the public. But there should be a very clear professional divide between the staff and talents in an agency. If a CEO or manager is inserting him/herself into games or even streams with the VTubers, that puts immediate alarm.
Yeah, that is weird. That is like, we're a tiny agency. There's like 2 people in it.
Bells in my head. The power dynamic between talents signed with an agency and the CEO of that agency.
No, that's what AccuAir did.
Is naturally incredibly imbalanced. The CEO has the power to terminate the VTuber at any time, take away their connection to their fanbase and IP, ruin their reputation, and make them start all over with a tarnished name. It would be very easy for someone to start a VTuber agency because they want to be surrounded by VTubers for personal reasons.
Yeah, it would be weird if one of your talent was your Oshi, because then, like, what about the other talents? You can't guarantee that you're gonna give them equal treatment.
And then hold their power over their head in order to force the VTuber into doing things they don't want to do. As such, any CEO or staff member who exhibits anything below a strictly professional relationship with their talent is a major red flag to me. If you are in a VTuber agency exhibiting inappropriate conduct towards you, review your legal options with a lawyer and get out of there as soon as possible. No career is worth risking your mental health and physical safety. Red flag 8. Gender segregation. Now, not everyone is going to agree with this, but I personally consider agencies who separate their talents by gender or only hire one gender to be a red flag. Either they are only hiring one gender because they are following the status quo, meaning
But there's a lot of agencies, even large ones, that are only hiring one gender.
they also fall under the lack of vision red flag, or they are looking to market their VTubers to the romantic parasocial side of the VTuber audience, which can be quite dangerous if the VTubers aren't prepared to handle it. I have an entire video essay on why that is as well. Gender segregation can also be an indication of the prior red flag about unprofessional work conduct.
Parasocial's awful. So, Rima wedding merch when?
especially if the CEO or majority of the staff is the opposite gender of the VTubers they employ. After all, it isn't exactly female empowerment to hire only women if the staff above these women are men who force them to do things they don't want to do. Red flag 9. Disregarding TOS.
I don't know about that. Like, Illegal Mindset did mention that it might not be totally legal to only hire one gender. But I also understand that a company wants to start small and like focused, like niche, you know? You appeal to one audience, you grow there with like a few products, and then you can potentially expand.
Agencies that do not stick to YouTube and Twitch's terms of service have a ginormous red flag above their head, and it is unfortunately all too common. These days, it feels like each agency is trying to outdo one another with how spicy they can make the designs. It is like they're playing a game of chicken with the platforms on how much skin they can show on their channels. The thing that really concerns me about this practice is that they often don't give the VTubers a modesty toggle such as a jacket, shawl, or shorts to cover the affected area.
Fun fact, Hololive VTubers were getting, when Hololive first started, they were getting a lot of their channels like demonetized, or, you know, getting not suitable for all audiences and stuff. Like partially demonetized in the yellow, and when you get too much like partially demonetized stuff, you lose your trust score with YouTube, so then all of your videos start to get banned and stuff. And that's kind of what happened with our vampire Mel. And then Hololive had to give like a more modest outfit to a lot of their girls, especially those with like an exposed well, not exposed breast, but especially the ones with a lot of cleavage. Yes, it was the time of Aerolive. Yeah, they all dealt with stuff like that. So it is a good point to have like, you know, a toggle. That makes me think that I should probably get one too for my VTuber. My second model.
Examples, but I have seen some moderately.
Like, okay, my model always gets shadow banned on TikTok, by the way. That's why I don't post on TikTok, because the cleavage is too much for TikTok.
Big agencies provide pre-made models that the talents have zero control over and have less fabric than an anime beach episode with no way to cover them up. To reiterate, these agency VTubers base models violate YouTube and Twitch's terms of service to make content on their platform. Not an alternate outfit, not a summer event, but their base outfit that is planned to appear in the majority of their streams and marketing. The reason this is an issue is because if a VTuber design is deemed inappropriate by YouTube or Twitch's guidelines, their channel will be suspended and shut down.
Yeah, but what's inappropriate for Twitch guidelines? I feel like I see VTubers with barely any clothes on, and on YouTube too. I wonder what's the actual guidelines for this, because the Twitch one keeps changing, and actually YouTube keeps getting more like more strict as well.
In the algorithm. If this happens, the VTuber would have to cease all activities for a while and bring their model back to the artist and rigger to get adjustments done, which could take months depending on the artist's availability. All their streams, including their debut stream, would have to be deleted from the channel because privating wouldn't keep them safe. That is all to say, a smart company would not risk pushing the envelope without a safety net. The lack of a modesty toggle on
Yeah, I agree that it's a problem with the advertisers, but at the same time, I feel like the advertisers need to catch up to what actually sells. Like, people, they spend so much time on TikTok because they want to see like a girl dance in their kitchen. So there you go.
these VTuber models just shows a lack of preparation and seems like reckless behavior. Same goes for letting the talents violate
These cookies,
any of
they seem
Twitch
so
and YouTube's
therapeutic to
TOS,
do.
whether purposeful or accidental. The company should be familiar with all the platform's rules and regulations if they are a credible agency. Red
Yeah,
flag
of course.
10. Lack of support. To spot this red flag, look at how the agency interacts with and markets their talents. Are they referring to the agency VTubers more like people, or do they treat them more like characters or products? How much promotion do they currently offer? How many edited videos? If they aren't offering much to their current talents in means of support, then chances are they either don't have the interest or the means to do so. If you are a VTuber in an agency with lack of support, that means you are giving a sizable portion of your income to people who don't earn their keep. And if you are a fan supporting a VTuber monetarily in these agencies, then you have no idea how much of your donation.
Shisaka Eri and the company don't know why she was banned? Really? Did she not get her, what the hell? Good thing I didn't. Did she get her channel back? Oh, she's from FaZe. Her outfit isn't even that lewd. She just got cleavage. Did she get her channel back? She actually got banned? Really? That's her. She's got 2 humongous assets. Where were we? We're here.
Are actually going to help the talent. I consider lack of support to be one of the most
Oh, she got banned permanently off Twitch. She got banned off Twitch when there was like the naked meta just a few weeks ago? Or a month ago?
frustrating red flags in an agency.
That's wild.
Keep in mind that this type
That's
of agency
crazy.
could literally be a single guy in a Discord profiting off the hard work of all the streamers who signed up. Yes, those really do exist. Red flag 11, high turnover rate. The most obvious red flag there is in the VTuber agency sphere
Kurosanji.
can be found by tallying the amount of talents that have debuted and graduated under the agency. If an agency has lost a sizable amount of VTubers, chances are they might not be the best agency. Just like how in a typical job, if they're constantly having to replace workers, it's generally a bad sign that they
Amazon.
cannot keep people for one reason or another. A high rate of new VTubers debuting is equally concerning. Every new VTuber the company adds to their roster splits
Nijisanji.
their resources further as well. Some red flag agencies try to sweep away their beloved VTubers leaving by hyping up new VTubers in front of their audience. It's like dangling keys in front of their fans to distract from their messy partings. Red flag 12, not paying artists. This one is quite self-explanatory, but if an agency is relying
How can you not pay artists and it doesn't become known though? That's gonna hurt you in the long run.
on AI art to get artwork of their VTuber, if they have a history of not paying artists on time or at all, or if artists have spoken out about the company previously, chances are the management is trying to be cheap or is struggling to keep things going financially. Along those same lines, if the VTubers mention that they are paying out of pocket for everything, that's a red flag. What benefit
You guys know what I'm about to say, right? Kurosanji.
do they have from being in an agency if the agency isn't paying for things? They might as well just hire a manager independently at that point. Another art-related red flag is bad art and design contests. A good art contest will have a monetary prize for the winner, allow the artist to retain portfolio and accreditation rights, and uplifts the winners and runner-ups. Bad art contests that don't—
But this is my question, okay? I know there's been some backlash and I don't exactly know how the copyright stuff works in terms of artist stuff, but if a company is gonna promote their contest and if the results of the contests are showed on a monetized stream, does the company need to own the rights of the image? Because if they can get sued or copyright struck by the artists who are submitting their fan arts, then I understand why going into the contest you need to release those rights. But if that's not the case, then yeah, it's a very strict rule that's exaggerated. But I don't know. If you guys have more info, I would love to know that. Or, you know, tell me in the comments if you're watching the VOD.
Don't have any sort of prize, reserve all rights to every submitted design, and don't credit the artists are a horrible look for an agency. If an agency is relying on free art from the fanbase to design their next alternate outfit, it's—
Oh, they just need their permission. Yeah. So in your form, you could have like this checkbox or something. You know, do you give us permission to use your art as I don't know, a marketing tool for the contest, and then maybe the winner of the contest will have to give their rights, probably, because usually it turns into an outfit or some shit, whatever the contest is supposed to be. I'm asking those questions too because there might be a contest cooking up in the backlogs. You know, I love organizing big events for the community, so, but I'm trying to do it the right way, so I'm also getting information there. Wink, wink.
It's clear that the agency is just trying to save money on designers by mooching off their fan base and being able to select the best choice out of hundreds of hardworking individuals for free. Don't support these kind of practices. Check nospec.com in the description for a full breakdown of which art contests are ethical. Red flag 13. Bad contracts.
Oh, I checked that website.
Now, most of us won't see the contracts of the VTuber agency, but if you are ever presented with a VTuber agency contract, there are some sketchy things to look out for. First of all, hire a lawyer. And not just any lawyer, a lawyer who is experienced in talent agency contracts and potentially international law. I recommend looking into entertainment lawyers and contract lawyers, and picking the best option between the two for your situation. But again, I'm not a legal advisor or expert, so please do your own research.
The thing is, everybody keeps saying that, right? But when you're young and you have a dream and you don't have a lot of options, like when I joined an agency and it was like the first job in the career that I wanted to do, I had my contract checked by 2 different lawyers, and they both said it was too strict and they wanted to make some changes. But then you go in there alone to negotiate and all they say is no. You either sign it as it is or you leave. So like, what do you do? Who's gonna pass that opportunity? That's what people keep saying, like, oh, have it read by a lawyer. Yeah, sure. Understand at least the contract you're signing. Understand what the words mean, because you're gonna need this knowledge in the future. But I think a better thing to do would be you take the contract, you have it read by a lawyer, and then you have to find a way to earn some negotiating power. So the other thing you can do is apply to other agencies as well, and then see what they offer you, or just straight up tell them, right now I'm hesitating between a couple options. I'm just going to take, you know, the best deal. What can you guys offer me? Or can you match this offer? In hindsight, I think that's what I would have done. But I didn't know better back then. But I think if you have the opportunity to do that, I think that's what I would advise to a new VTuber. Or just anybody that's getting into an agency. There's agencies for everything. There's agencies for like all kind of artistic and entertaining fields. There's also marketing agencies.
This video is just meant to be a starting point to research and not the end point. That being said, if the company doesn't want you to hire a lawyer or doesn't give you time to, then that's enough to leave right then and there. If you do get to contract negotiations with a lawyer, however, here are the main things to highlight and look out for. Equality of labor. The terms of your contract should have in writing all the services the agency promises to do for you. If the contract—
Nijisanji doesn't care, because they'd be like, if you don't sign it, we'll just grab somebody else. We have like an endless pool of people lining up to join. maybe less. I feel like even now after the controversy, they would still have a lot of options. Maybe they'd have less quality options, but they're still gonna have a lot of options.
Only has written what you need to do for them, that's a huge red flag. The agency should have in writing how many videos a month they can provide you, that you will always have access to a manager to help out, and any other services that you are joining an agency for. If it's not in there, you need to negotiate. That way, if they don't uphold their end of the bargain, you can legally terminate the contract and leave. Financial terms. Any pay split under 50-50 on stream donations is...
I think the biggest thing I would watch out for in terms of contract is like the non-compete clause. Don't sign anything that's gonna last for multiple years after your contract ended. The length of the contract, I think that's one of the most important one. Like if you can make it as short as possible with the opportunity to renegotiate between each contract renewal, that's great. What else? I'm really curious to see these kind ironclad NDAs that they're talking about. Like I really would love to read at least one of them. I just wonder how much they can say and cannot say. It's so secretive.
Unacceptable unless the VTuber agency is giving you a very hefty stipend. Remember to ask about the split for merchandise sales and sponsorship deals as well. Similarly, the agency needs to outline exactly what they pay for. Smaller agencies probably cannot afford to fund as much, but if you are joining a larger agency and you still have to pay for your own overlays, art, emotes, and covers, you should probably rethink your decision of joining. And this is very important. Under no circumstance ever should you ever agree to pay back an agency for your model, your PC, or anything else they provide you. Never go into debt for an agency. IP rights. If the agency is
wasn't Sayu in debt after she debuted?
providing the IP and model, don't be surprised that you can't take your character with you. However, if you are being adopted as an indie VTuber and they still want the rights to your IP after the contract expires, that is predatory. They may need temporary rights to your IP, but the agency's rights should end if the contract expires or is terminated. Be very sure that you still get your IP returned to you even if there is a breach of contract and you are terminated. You never know when you can get terminated and for what reason. Uncertainty. Don't let them change their policies on you randomly. If they have a clause that says, oh, and all of this is subject to change, then they can just change anything up on you. Make sure you have the entire agency's policies in front of you during contract negotiations as well. Lengthy contracts. Contracts should be 6 months to a year long in this industry. Anything longer is a red flag and could be very hard to uphold. Non-disclosure agreements. NDAs need to be very specific about what exactly is
Yeah, I made that mistake too. I signed a lengthy contract. It was a bad idea, guys. It was a bad idea.
considered a violation, and they should have a clear expiration date. If the NDA just says you aren't allowed to disclose company secrets, rather than listing specific information you are not allowed to disclose and for how long, then the terms are too loose and broad, and the contract was probably not written by a lawyer. Vague wording is a red flag in any contract, but it is particularly bad in the NDA. The company can accuse you of violating your contract to silence you, and that's when you will wish that—
What about updated models during their time within the company? I don't understand. I don't know how this things works. Like, I'm actually curious too. Like, what about Vshoujo? Like, what if they give them 2 new outfits and stuff? And then they just— when they leave, they get to leave with them. How does that work? How does the IP work? And if they don't own the channels, then how are they getting the revenue share? Because then the money would go to the VTubers accounts, and then the VTuber accounts would give the company their cuts. Mr. Frey, oh my god, with the pink super! Thanks for the comfy financial stream. I'm off to kill bugs with friends. Enjoyed reading chat, so here's a gift. Thank you so much. Seriously, I'm glad you enjoyed the comfy financial stream, and thank you for the 20 gifted. Let's go. Thank you so much. More greens. Hololive Vshoujo owns their IP. Yeah, I know, but they're clearly getting tons of models from Vshoujo too, so like How is VShojo not operating just at a loss?
NDA was very clear-cut. Or let's say you do feel like you want to speak out against your previous agency in the future. You probably want to know exactly what you can and cannot say
We need
about
more
the company
VShojos.
legally. The other side of an NDA should be dedicated to protecting your own information.
Or I'm into that sort of hybrid model where there's some like there's phase invaders, which are people coming in with their own IPs, and there's a mix of brand new IPs as well.
Information from being leaked by the company. We have seen several agencies releasing personal information on their talents, so you need to make sure you are legally protected from the agency or its members being able to tell the public your legal name and real-life location. A friend with more contract experience than me gave me some points to look for in a protective NDA, so please pause to read.
A protective NDA? Confidential information which the recipient makes public without prior authorization shall be considered a breach of contract. From my experience, I've never seen a company contract that had like any kind of protection to the talent. So I guess that's something you would ask your lawyer to add, yeah.
If you need this information. Again, take this with a grain of salt. This is only what someone who's a complete layperson with zero legal experience knows. So please, please, please get in contact with a lawyer before signing any legal document. If anything in your contract isn't clear or is even the slightest bit confusing due to legal jargon or phrasing, highlight it and bring it to the attention of your lawyer. And
VShojo talents pay for everything out of their personal pocket. They make money through sponsorship cuts, merch deals. Oh, that would make more sense. So they're buying all of their stream assets. But they get to keep it at the end. So, I mean, that's fair. Like, I think at this level, they're probably paying back their models. Like, you know, even large indie VTubers like Shy Lily, they're probably paying back their really expensive models pretty quickly.
from one VTuber to another, when doing contract negotiations,
Probably
it's
worth it.
incredibly crucial that you get out of the starstruck phase and think of your career objectively and logically. I know it can be exciting to get an offer from one of your favorite VTuber agencies, but don't let them sell you on a dream that doesn't exist. And always remember, there are other avenues to
Yeah, please, I got to
accomplishing
keep
your
it.
dream.
Mhm.
If you are still on the fence whether it is a good idea or not, think about how this contract would look if it got out to the public and your fans got to read it. If they wouldn't like those terms for you, then that's something to consider. And remember that until you sign the
I mean, fans are very protective of their VTubers. Sometimes you gotta do a little sacrifice when you're starting off, though. Like, you're not gonna get the ideal contract right off the bat, but you should have the opportunity. Like, if you're nobody with 0 followers, no one's gonna give you your dream job right off the bat, you know? But once you do develop your fan base and you grow, you should have the ability to renegotiate your contract and get like a better deal or something.
NDA, they can't stop you from discussing this either. Your loved ones may be able to help you think about things more logically and bring you back to reality if you are having a hard time weighing your decision.
Like, if I listened to my parents, I haven't got any of my jobs ever, you know. You know, the people that care about you, they're so protective of you, and you should listen to them and you should take their advice, but you should, like, sometimes you gotta give and you gotta take. You gotta gauge this, and it's a fine line to walk.
And again, if the agency is anxious that you are taking a long time with your conversation, or angry that you want to get a lawyer involved, you need to leave. That is an instant no situation. Conducting your own research on VTuber agencies. So now that we know what red flags to search for, how do we go about researching a company to determine if it's respectful to its talents? First things first, let's Google the agency. Yes, really. Typically, 3 things will pop up first. The VTuber agency's website, the Wikipedia page, and the VTuber agency's social media. Let's go to the agency's website.
How does the
first. On the
Wikipedia
agency's
page
website-
work? Is it like fan submitted? Yeah, no, that's a good point. Knowing people from the agency is always a benefit. But also just knowing people in general. I had a teacher once that told me this. Rima, when you help out a lot of people and you make connection with a lot of people just by being like yourself and being earnest, you kind of start, it's kind of like starting to plant seeds. Sometimes you might not get the reward right away because it's just taking time for the seed to grow. Then after a couple of years, that's when you can start like reaping what you sow, and in a positive way.
We should be able to find the following information. First, let's find the VTuber agency's vision statement. Keep their vision statement in mind and make sure their actions match up.
That's why I always think it's important to reach out to people. And I have a lot of people that tell me, or then content creators that are like, oh, I didn't want to reach out to that person. I didn't want to feel like a cloud chaser, blah, blah. It's like, it's not about how you're going to be seen. It's about your intention. If your intention was genuine, if other people don't see it that way, that's on them. You know, at the end of the day, when you're going to sleep at night, you know who you are. You know your intentions were good. So it doesn't matter if other people think you fucked up or they think people like, you know, attribute some different motives to you. It doesn't matter. And some people, they're like, thank God I reached out to you. We're super good friends now, but like I didn't want to do it at first. I didn't want to look like a cloud chaser. Like I would never think that about somebody that reaches out. I would never think that. People that have their head on their shoulders know better.
With that statement throughout your research. For example, if they promote total talent freedom on their website, but have a record of terminating talents based on expression of opinion, then that is a clear contradiction of their vision statement and is therefore a red flag. Next, we should see an up-to-date roster of their talents and their audition guidelines. You may also look into the audition form itself to see what they are looking for in their potential talent.
They all have the same audition form.
Red flags such as gender segregation and hiring anyone under 18. Third, let's find the staff page. We should be able to find who the CEO is and some information about other staff members. Be sure to reverse image search.
True, that is true. There is a lot of socially awkward people in VTuber. There's a lot of how do you call it? They're the opposite of being outgoing.
Any and all photos of the staff to make sure that they aren't stock images. Search.
Legal Mindset is back on. Want to join him? No. Do you want me to die? I mean, I love Legal Mindset, but I'm so tired right now. Like I have a headache already. So I'm good.
Check the names and introductions.
I'm gonna collab with him again. What happened to the speed? I'm gonna collab with him again after my Rusha video drops this weekend. Yes, introverted. Introverted was the word I was looking for.
Of each staff member and make sure they match a real-life person. Next, we should scroll to the bottom for information about the parent companies and investors. Typically, the agency will provide a link off-site to see the other involved companies' information. If they don't have any parent companies or investors, at least make sure they are a registered company and have a trademark. Policies such as their privacy policy and their fans and fan work guidelines should also.
Hey Lydia, I don't know, somebody said he was on. Yeah, we need to rest and water. Yes, that we do. I also need to do my dishes before I go to bed. It's already 1 a.m. I wanted a vacuum, but I think if I vacuum at like 1 a.m. or whenever I finish the stream, my neighbors might kill me.
Be present. Pop their policies into Google and make sure they aren't stolen from other agencies as well. And finally, we should of course be able to find the company's contact information. There should be a professional business email listed or an inquiry box here.
Okay, don't get any ideas. The request to minors they have on these websites is like is not sus. It's like that kind of stuff. Thank you for supporting our company. You know, obtain parental consent prior to spending your money on our content. Please confirm your payment method prior to spending. If you have purchased or used any product by mistake, please get in contact with a representative. I don't know why all the Japanese companies have that, but they do that. And yeah. When using such paid content, we ask you to observe these rules to ensure the safety and security of yourself as well as others. Maybe it's some kind of law in Japan or something.
If the company lists their official
Yeah,
Twitter
but minor
or
request
Discord
not what you
instead,
think
that
it
is a
is.
red flag. Remember, don't let the cool appearance of a website fool you. If you failed to find any of these 5 things, the VTuber agency may need some further investigation into their legitimacy. But remember, even a legitimate and established company can have some major issues. So let's dig a bit further. Next, let's check the VTuber wiki page. Typically, if a VTuber company is established, they will have at least one wiki page through Wikipedia, the virtual YouTuber fandom wiki, or other wiki hosting sites.
What if they're
First
new?
things first, we should
No.
look for the history of the company.
Did FaZe have a
legitimate
wiki?
VTuber company should have a well-documented history section. You can comb through the history section for any of our previously covered red flags. One major red flag to look for here is if the VTuber agency
Cursed boy with the $5. I once heard my neighbors mowing their lawn at night. I saw what you did with the neighbor spelling, by the way. Mowing their lawn at night? That is crazy. That is worse than what I was about to do to my neighbors.
has rebranded. If they go by a different name now, chances are they wanted to sweep some event under the rug. Next, let's look at the talent roster. Here we can view the talent turnover rate of the agency. How often do they launch new VTuber talents? Is there enough time to build hype for each generation?
Don't look at the
every time
Nijisanji
they release a new
Wikipedia.
talent, that's another expensive launch, which further splits up the revenue pool among the talents. Next, check the number of inactive talents. Write down the names of all these inactive talents and whether they were terminated, retired, or graduated. Termination means the company fired them, often for breaking a contract. Retirement or graduation usually means that
No, I know FaZe has a wiki now. I meant, did FaZe have a wiki when they started?
the VTuber left on their own accord, which can be on good terms or bad terms with the company. Some wiki articles will have a controversy section for you to read on the wiki itself. If that's the case,
Pixelated.
that means this agency is a red flag agency pretty much automatically. Lastly, we are going to check the agency's social media. This is often the most time-consuming yet most crucial step. On the agency's official social media, we can check how the agency interacts with their talents. A supportive agency will be doing more for their talents than just simply reposting their talent schedules. As you scroll, take note of how many original promotion posts there are. This should be a very professionally run page that does a good job of hyping up the talents independently. Be sure to read the fan feedback to these posts.
I love how all the examples of
there's
are
evidence
Hololive.
that the VTuber talents themselves are running the official page. That is a red flag. That's an indication that the VTuber agency has a lack of staff helping behind the scenes. This agency may be guilty of lacking support, and again, may even just be a single guy in a Discord. Next, as we scroll down the main social media page,
Yeah, that's true. A brand new agency is kind of always going to be a risk. Yep.
we are going to look for any official statements made by the agency. How often do they announce hiatuses or talent suspensions? How professionally do they handle these situations? Lastly, we are going to search specifically for anything the agency has said about the graduated, retired, or terminated VTubers on their social media. How amicable
No, I don't think I have a wiki. I'm a red flag.
was their parting? Was the VTuber able to keep their character rights after leaving? How did the other VTubers and the fanbase react? Go to the source and find the social media pages of the abandoned VTuber's agency account for the full story. Lastly, we are going to comb through the channels themselves. Does the company pay for advertisements for their VTubers?
That is cool.
Does the agency delete all the content of VTubers that leave their company? Do the VTubers all make the same type of content? Check how many projects the agency has supported their VTuber talents in completing. Do these talents collaborate with one
Why is checking if they make all the same kind of content important? I don't get it. Is it bad or is it a good or bad thing?
another. Go and watch any graduations and apology videos you can find as well. This is the most time-consuming step, but it is the key to understanding as much of the company culture that you can. If you're still on the fence about a VTuber company, search their name on social media sites such as the subreddit r/virtual YouTubers or in the search bar of Twitter and YouTube. However, keep in mind that these should be a last resort due to their unreliable nature. You should be able to glean the majority of your information from official sources. I personally do not condone people searching for VTubers' alternate accounts unless absolutely necessary. Stalking people online or digging up things in their past that they want to stay buried is never okay and a violation of the talent's privacy. Conclusion. As previously established, there is a sizable amount of red flags to look out for VTuber agencies. Again, these red flags could just be incompetence and not maliciousness, but both can be damaging to the careers of the VTubers who are part of them. Again, these red flag agencies could just be incompetent and not malicious, but both can be damaging.
I mean, there was a time where Hololive was as criticized as Nijisanji was recently.
To the careers of the VTubers who are a part of them. If you are wanting to know if the agency you are supporting or even planning to join someday is trustworthy, put on your scrutiny glasses and hold them to these standards as much as you can. Do not let anyone ever pressure you into signing a contract, because once they get you in the doors, you may just realize that the year contract you just signed isn't all you thought it was. I've met so many VTubers who deeply regret a contract they signed. I've met VTubers who lost their own original characters to predatory agencies, and oftentimes it isn't their fault. These agencies often hide the red flags between astronomical followings and the promise of the dream we all share, to connect with an audience and participate in something bigger than ourselves. But sometimes finding connection and community is a lot easier and safer when you remain an independent creator and create a support network of other independent creators over time. I genuinely hope that anyone currently supporting VTuber agencies or that is looking to join a VTuber agency is encouraged to look into the company and really scrutinize their practices. If your favorite companies hold up to the scrutiny, congrats! You've probably found yourself a diamond in the rough. Just don't let tribalism dull your senses to any red flags that do crop up. And remember, if you want a company to improve and do better, please reach out to the company directly and leave the VTubers who signed with the company alone. These VTubers may agree with your sentiments, but they are legally obligated to stay silent. Just let them entertain while they are with the company and continue to support them if they decide to take their operations independent. I encourage the boycott of red flag VTuber agencies, but do not harass the poor VTubers who are still legally bound to be there. They are just trying to make the best of things and salvage their own career the best they can. Unfortunately, I really do have a lot more to say about VTuber agencies, but I'm all out of time for this upload. So please subscribe for part 2 coming out next month. Comment some of your favorite indie VTubers below. Remember to spread kindness to others, and as always, take care, Bat Bunch.
Nice. Yeah, go check out my friend Yam channel. She does a lot of stuff for VTubers. Cool. I think I went through all the content, so I'm gonna go rest and water, and I'm gonna send you guys to Legal Mindset's channel, who is covering Sayu's response. Let's go. Thank you so much for hanging out today. We did like a different kind of stream. It was a little less prepared, and we did different stuff. I enjoyed it. I didn't expect to stream that long. I love you guys in a non-parasocial way, and I'm sending you guys to Legal Mindset. I'm going to sleep and do my dishes and not vacuum. Bye bye.